Hello everyone, thanks for your enrollment. You can go and enroll my courses over Udemy. You can go and subscribe me over YouTube as well. But either Udemy or YouTube, whenever you're watching my courses, obviously you're looking for the documents. So what I have done, I have created this giganetworkers.in blog site where I created different menus related to different courses that I have at various platforms. So for example, if you're looking for CCNP SD-WAN document, you can go here inside Cisco CCNP and can see that you have CCNP SD-WAN. You can go and click there and then you will get all the documents related to CCNP. So once you scroll down here, so not only that I have uploaded the documents here, but you will get the video link as well. Okay, so here you can see the important information that what you need to do. So step number one, that we should go and use the or connect with the Cisco. Once you do the connection, and obviously you should have the any connect with your laptop, then you can do the RDP. That is optional. If you do not have RDP client, then directly also from your laptop, you can go and use the URL. So you can go and use the URL. So let me, and this URL is nothing but 198.181.10. This is for vManage. Then your vManage, once you logged in, then from vManage also you can SSH. I will show you all those things. But you have the management IP as well for all the devices. You can go and individually you can log into the devices as well. Okay. So what about the topology? So let me go and show you the topology, how it look like. So let me draw here. It's very easy at this point of time. We have one data center. We have DC1. Inside that you'll find two edge devices, Viptela edge boxes, and they are connected with cloud, obviously. So you have, say, MPLS circuit, you have internet circuit. Now here you have cloud hosted controller. So we have cloud based controllers. And then in bottom you have two branch. You have branch 1 with 2C edge, Cisco edge. And then you have one other branch that is nothing but branch 2, where you have only one V edge. So here you have C edge, Cisco edge device. Here you have V edge, Viptela box. Here also you have V edge. Okay. So at the moment we have very simple topology, and we can work on this topology. Obviously, later on I'll show you that how you can integrate with GNS and other stuffs as well. But you can work on this. I'm working on one of the network as well, where it is expected that I'll get my cloud controllers. All right.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Am I using the same username and password just to log into any connect, or I have my own, or you set up another one?
Yeah. So let me try this. So once I created the account, then the users, you can use user 2. So can you
User
try with
2.
user 2? Everything will be
Yeah, same password.
Yep.
Okay, 3 Delta.
And while you are trying to connect this, let me see that.
It's. Oh no, that's what's wrong. Got 3. Delta.
2 to 10. So if you install, not only we are going to deploy the VS devices here, and then we'll connect the TLOCS as a controller, but we are going to do the automation as well. And I'll show you that how you can do the automation.
Excuse me.
Yep.
How do I share my desktop?
Okay, so let me, and once it will upgrade the AnyConnect, what I will do, I'll go here to my automation tool, and what I'm doing is that I have all the program and codes library, everything is updated here. I can go and ping to the vManage IP. I should have reachability to this before taking the backup. So here you can see my VPN is still updating. That's why now it is, or still it is updating. So maybe Cisco has released some new patch. So that's why it is updating. Okay. So your task number 1 is this, that you should install GNS. If you are not installing GNS, or if you don't have any plan to install this, no problem.
Yes.
You can. Yep.
Excuse me. GNS. Where would I? Is that something that I just type into Google and find it and download it?
Yeah. So it's very easy. ZNS3.com, I think, is the site. So you can just search. Parallelly, you can do the search. Yeah, GNS3. Download.
Okay, that ain't it. And go to Google again.
I think Sam got disconnected.
Is it? Oh, is it G?
Task is that please log into vManage via shared. Then task number 2. Task number 2 we have is that install GNS3. We need it for, okay, so we need it for the automation purpose. And here you can see that you should build the lab like this. Now what is the purpose here? What I want that you should get familiar with the configuration, the SD-WAN configuration. Sam, you're still there? You're able to hear me?
Okay,
I'm using
download.
VMware VirtualBox.
You hear me?
But yep. Yes, you're telling something. So once you download this, then you have option for the VM. So there are 2 software. One is GNS3, other one is the VM. So if you go to download VM, then it will tell you what you have. You have ESXi, VirtualBox, etc. So you should download the same package. So 2 to 10 for ESXi in your case. So 2 software, once you have, let me know.
No. Okay. No, what I was planning on doing, since you're saying if I use the GSTN, I ain't got to use the server. I'm just gonna download it on the desktop here and use it on here.
Okay, you want to download this virtual box. Even you can use this VMware workstation. I'm using that. It's quite stable.
Or I can't. Can I use it in Windows? Please enter a school or organization.
All right. So no problem. This thing you can do in the back. I'll give you this as a task. Once you're free, you can do the installation. You just follow the document or the manual how to install it, and you try to bring it up. Okay. We'll move.
Okay, not a problem.
So what will be the task number 3 here is that once we do 1, 2, and obviously after 1 and 2, then 3, that we need to bring up, or we need to run the automation tool inside DNS3, and we have to take the backup for SD-WAN config. Okay. So how we are going to do the backup, let me show you. And maybe this portion that is there, how to take backup for the vManage or for the SD-WAN, I'll show you how to do it tomorrow. Today I'm going to do it, but behind the scene, what are the things you need, what plugins you need, I will let you know once you have your GNS and automation tool. So GNS is this software and this is the automation tool. This is also by default will be there. If not there, you have to go to the new template, click next, just search here automation, and you will get this automation. You just click install, next, that's it. You will find one template here, and then you can do the drag and drop. You can click, put here, and then you can build your topology. Okay, great. So since I have my automation tool here and I have one package related to backup tool in the Python language, so I can go and check the help. So now here you can see that SD-WAN H stand for help, and what I want to take the backup of the TLOCS configuration. So whatever devices I have over the TLOCS, for that I want to take the backup. So for that, here you can see what it is telling, that use these strings. On top you have the use. So SD-WAN -A. I know that the vManage IP is 198.181.10. Then the user, we know that user is admin and the password is admin. Port, we can leave it. What I want this verbose, and then task. The task I have is to take the backup all. So task that you are seeing here, you can see the task we have is the backup, restore, delete, certificate, list, store template, and migrate. These many things we can do with this program. Once I click backup all, you can see that it is trying to contact with the vManage, and then all the backup file it is generating inside the folder. So once it will take the backup, we can go and easily we can read those configuration for our future practice, so that we can refer in the upcoming sessions or for our knowledge purpose as well. So it is taking the backup. It will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes to take the backup for all the devices, templates, configuration, security template, everything. So once the backup is done, what I'll do, I'll go and show you the path as well. Basically, the path will be very simple. The backup will be stored in the folder called data, and there you have the backup folder, and inside that you will find that you have the backup for devices, you have the backup for certificate, you have the backup for template, etc. So now what I will do, I'll go to the data, I'll go to the backup, I'll go to devices, and I'll show you few of the device configuration. Say for example, one of the VH device will go and verify it. So backup is completed. Now what I will do, I'll go to the folder called data, backup, and once I'm inside this, you can see that I have certificate, device, and all this backup. Next, I will go inside the device configuration, and you can see that we have the device configuration backup for all the devices. So now I want to do the study related to configuration of branch 1 ch1. So I can go and check, say branch 1 ch1 dot text, and here you have the configuration. Now remember, in last class I told you that we need some configuration. So what configuration we need? I told you that there is one box, and in that box you can go and utilize this. So let me try to show you this. I told you the minimum configuration required system-wide configuration. What are the things inside system-wide configuration? So we should have the host name, correct? The system IP,
Yes.
the
The site ID.
site ID, great. Then the vBond IP, and we should have the organization name, org name.
Name.
Now here you can see that you have all the many options, but you should have the host name, the system IP, the site ID, the vBond IP, and the organization name, org name. Okay. Next, I told you that the other minimum configuration is VPN 0. So inside VPN 0, how this configuration look like, so I'll show you. And maybe you should have the policy and other things that will be by default there. Okay. So how to read this output? At this point of time, we know that we have the system wide configuration and we have the VPN wide configuration. So maybe VPN 0, VPN 512. These are the minimum configuration, correct? So you can
Correct.
go and check the system configuration. I'll do one thing, I'll go and log into the device, but if you want, you can check the configuration like this also. Let me go and log into the device itself. So I can go and SSH
These have
to,
to all be routable. These have to be routable IP addresses, correct? Globally significant.
these are the management
real
IP. These are the management IP, yep, that you can use just for the lab purpose. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean in real world.
Yeah,
You
real
have to use.
world, we'll see that how we can set. Don't worry, I'll show
Okay.
you that also. Yep. So we are starting with with the foundational things. We have started with small thing, and later on we'll go and add multiple things on that. So
Okay,
that's
excuse
the,
me.
all right. So we can go and check the system wide configuration. It's very easy. Show run system, and likewise we can go and check the VPN wide configuration as well. So you have this VPN 0 configuration. Later on, obviously, we'll have to go and do this configuration, but I'm just showing you that it will look like this, and you should have VPN routes as well. So everything, once you do the automation, means once you go and install this, I'll tell you that which package you need to install inside this to take the backup. You can take the backup and you can read if you have everything inside your local system. Obviously, it is easy to refer. Okay, so let's move on. So we have discussed about the minimum configuration. Minimum configuration means you need a few things. But before that, let me go back and show you that where we are exactly. All right. So Bringup lab. While you are bringing up, what are the steps required? It's very important. You should install the OVA or OVF file. You should do the minimum configuration we just discussed, and then you should do the CSR certification. Once you do that, your control plane will come up, and the next phase you have to go and bring up the data plane. Now in tomorrow class, I'll show you that how you can add the VH to the Cisco cloud. Your GNS3 VH or your local VM VH, you can go and add to the Cisco cloud. I'll show you that a step. That will be the bring up process for the edge device. Now once you go and do the bring up for the control and data plane, the control plane will go and form either DTLS or TLS connection in between. They have strong encryption, and what type of output will you get? Let me quickly show you. Here I'm getting lots of background noise. If you can mute yourself. Yeah, Charles, if you can mute yourself.
Sorry.
Yep. So the control connection, how it look like. Let me quickly show you this. If you go and log into the device, and let me log in via the vManage. So I should have two different logins. And that was 3.100. Show control connection is the command. So once you go and bring up the devices, you'll find that your devices. So what devices I have at this point of time, for the sake of simplicity, you can think that you have only one VS Smart. So you have one VS Smart, and for example, you have only one vManage. So one vManage and one VS Smart, and suppose you have one VS device having two ISP. So control connection means that you have control connection with VS Smart, and then only one connection will be there with vManage. Now here you can think that you have two ISP, but still you have only one active connection, because vManage is not my control plane, so I don't need redundancy. At least I don't need active link to vManage, and that's the reason you can see in the output that with the vManage you have only one connection rather than multiple connection. But obviously if this link will go down, you will go via this link to reach to vManage. That's true. That we can perform the lab and we can check. So I can go to the VS device, I can shut down the interface, then it will go via the other link as well. Now this is one of the output, and if you want to learn more, I'll told you that we are going to have the scripting things as well. So I just wanted to show you. So I am here and I have my own scripts. So I just wanted to show you the same output via the script as well. Same output means the control output. So I can go here to demo, and this is the big program I have developed. It took some time to develop this program. So here if I go and check the control, it will go and do the API call, and then it will give me the results. I have used the table function. So here you can see that so here you can see that I have my system, for which system I'm looking this information. System IP. This system IP is actually system IP of the controllers. So your device, system IP, then site ID, then what is the local color, then what is the remote color, the uptime, the device name, the public IP, the private IP, the status. Okay. So with show control connection output that you are seeing here, this is the CLI. This output, let me run one more time. This is the CLI output, which is telling good amount of information. Likewise, we can go and get the output from the API as well. Okay, but the summary here is that your control plane is up, and you can go and check the control plane related informations. Okay, so next we'll go and move on. It's very easy. The process that you are seeing here, it's a very easy process. And how this process will be that say for example, you have vManage. Let me change the color here. Let me use the whiteboard. I have one whiteboard as well. So how this authentication process happen? It's very easy. We know that we have one device called vManage, who is the orchestrator. Now any device who wants to go and connect to the Viptela, first of all he will go and contact vManage. Now vManage, it will go and check the serial number and the chassis ID of the edge device. The edge device will go and check the organization name inside the certificate. So he will go check the org name. vManage will go and check the serial number and chassis ID. Now once he will be satisfied that yeah, this is the valid serial number and chassis ID, then he will forward the message to vManage and vSmart. So now he will go and contact vManage. Now vManage will go and again it will go and check the serial number and the chassis ID. And he will go and check the organization name of vManage. Likewise, he will go and try to contact with the vSmart. vSmart will again go and check the serial number and the chassis ID, and he will check the organization name. Now once these parties will be satisfied that he is the valid client or he is the valid device to be added in the network, then this connection will be teared down, because the connection with the vManage will be transient. That will be temporary. So this will be the temporary tunnel that will be teared down, but these tunnels that you are seeing in the red, they are the permanent tunnel. So those tunnels will be there. Those control tunnel, either DTLS or TLS, will be there up and running. Okay. Now the same thing you will find here in the slides. So let me quickly go back to the slide and read it through. But once you go and read this, you'll find the same information. Same thing they are doing. Again, the key, the serial number and chassis ID and those things will be preloaded inside the TPM chip. So now here you can see that he is contacting the vManage. vManage will go and do the authentication. Then again, these vSmart and vManage will go and check the valid edge chassis ID, and he will go and check the organization name. And once these guys are satisfied, then they will go and form the control connection. Now again, the control connection information that you are seeing, that who I am, to whom I have peer with, those information you can go and check with the control connection script. So here you can see that the script is running and it is giving us the information. Okay, although we'll check more about the scripts later on, but this is the table that we are getting it. Great. So now what is next? Once your control is up, once your data plane is up, obviously you are good to go with the SD-WAN fabric. So there are some commands, and tomorrow I'll show you more about these commands. Tomorrow we are going to deploy our device. So I'll show the certificate process happening behind the scene and rest of the thing. So what I have done, just to understand more about the deployment, I have created some new set of slides. I want to walk you through these slides. So suppose if this is the lab topology I have, and you just focus on this portion. So in phase one, what I want to do, I want to bring up my controllers, my vBond, my vManage, my vSmart. These are the IPs we have over VPN 0. So we know that what is the minimum configuration. Minimum configuration means system-wide configuration and VPN 0 configuration, correct? So we should go and do the configuration for these devices just to bring up my control plane. So let me show you the configuration. You should go and do the system-wide configuration. Clearly here you can see that 5 important things. What's the host name, what's the system IP, what's the site ID, what's the organization name, what's the vBond IP. Now once you put this, the next page we have is that we should go and do the VPN 0 configuration. Now VPN 0 configuration is quite easy thing to do. Let me quickly show you this, how you can do the VPN 0 configuration. So you can go to conft, say VPN 0 interface, whatever interface you have, say for example 0/1, then you can go and give any IP, whatever IP you want to put here. No shutdown. This up to this point is very much like Cisco, means Cisco CLI configuration or Cisco device configuration. Now here the new thing is that you have to add the tunnel interface. Now once you add the tunnel interface, then what you will do with the tunnel interface? Again, if we understand the logic, so the logic is this, that you have WAN interface, facing interface, and then you have the LAN facing interfaces. Now this WAN facing interface having interface gig E0/1, where we are at this moment. I went on that, I have given one IP 6666. Now next what I want IPsec tunnel over this interface, correct? And this is nothing but the VPN 0 or VRF, virtual routing forwarding. In more technical term, this is nothing but front door VRF, FVRF. That is a term used in DMVPN. So yeah, we have the VPN 0 where I want to create the IPsec tunnel. So that's why I'm using this tunnel interface option that we have. Now once you are inside the tunnel interface, then you can go and allow various services. At the moment I'll use allow service all, but you have option that you can go and allow BGP, DHCP, DNS, etc., etc. Now because this is the IPsec tunnel that I want to form here, so here I can go and give the encapsulation as IPsec, and then finally color. Again we can go and use multiple colors, so blue, red, whatever, blue, gold, browns, etc. So I'll go and use color as, say for example, red, and we are very much done. So if I go and type top and if I type show configuration, you can see that we are giving the interface, tunnel interface, color. By default, encapsulation IPsec will be there. That's it. If you give this only configuration, your control plane will be up and running. The other thing you should do, that you should give the IP route configuration. So 000/0, and whatever gateway we have, we can go and give the gateway configuration. So now the configuration is this. Okay. The same configuration you will go and find in this slide. So let me go back to the slide. Here you can see that we have the VPN 0 configuration and we have the VPN 512. 512 is nothing but the management interface. So once you have the VPN 0, you should have the management interface configuration as well for out of band management. So here you can see the configuration. Go to the interface, give the IP, go to the tunnel interface, allow the services, MTU and other things are not mandatory. And then you can give the static route. Correct? So once we do up to this point, it's very easy because all the devices you should have the same type of configuration. So in vBond, again 5 mandatory thing, only one important difference is there, that you should use the local keyword. So vBond IP or DNS and then the keyword local, because the vBond is the local. This guy is the vBond. So that's why we are using the keyword local. Rest, the host name, the system IP, the site ID, the org name, everything is the same. Correct? Then finally, we have the vSmart. And in vSmart also we'll do the same configuration. So what basically we are doing to just to bring up my fabric, and even in the real production also I'll show you the configuration. I have the configuration just for knowledge purpose. I'll show you that there also you have the same type of thing. There is nothing much in the controllers. So what we have to do, that we should go and do the system wide configuration first, and then we should go and do the VPN 0 and VPN 512 configuration. VPN 0 for WAN and this 512 is for the management. Correct? So once we have these configuration, then what will be the next step? Now next step is to add these devices over vManage. So now what you can do, that you can log into the vManage. If you log into the vManage first time, you will see everything is 0, 0, 0, 0. Only vManage it will show you 1 because obviously it's a local host. Now what you have to do, that you have to go and add the controllers one by one. So I will go to the devices. I'll show you that how you can do it. It's very easy again. So if I go here and if I log into my vManage, and let me try to log in. Once I log in, then I'll show that you can go to the device and then the controllers, you can add the controllers. It is coming up. Meanwhile, let me go back to the slide, because in the slide also I'll have given all the steps. So first of all, you should go to the administration and the setting, and you should add the organization name, org name and the vBond. So these two things we should do. This is step number 1. Once we'll do the step number 1, then we can go and we are ready to add the controllers. So I can go to configuration devices controllers, add the controllers to the dashboard. How? So you just click there, it will ask you the controller IP and the protocol. So what protocol you want to use? I told you that for vBond, the only protocol is DTLS. But for vManage and the vSmart, we can use either TLS or DTLS. So we have the option. So here you can see that because this is the vSmart, it is asking me which protocol, TLS or DTLS. Then I'll go and add the vBond as well. And if you go and just follow the step, you'll find that we are adding the vSmart and then we are adding the vBond. Once you add, it will show you like this. So up to this step, I'll show you if I have the, yep. So here, first of all, you should go to the configuration. You should go to the administration and setting, and you should add the organization name already there and the vBond IP. So these two things we should go and add when we are doing the day 0 deployment. Once you do the addition, then what you should do is that you can go now and you can go to the say configuration and devices. Once you are inside configuration and devices, you have this controller option here. Let me increase the font size. In controller option, you can see that we have option to add the vBond vSmart. So for example, if I am adding the vSmart, I'll go and give the IP 198.168.1.12 admin and admin. I have option DTLS TLS and use this option generate CSR. Click add because this is already there, so it will not add, but once you add it, it will show you the list like this. You can go and verify this inside configuration and certificate because you are generating the CSR and you have to reuse the CSR, correct? So here you can see that we have the configuration, generate the CSR actually. So if you go to the certificate, you'll find the CSR is generated, CSR is generated. Now if it is not generated, then you have this more button here. Go and click to this more button or more options that you have, and then from there you can go and generate the CSR. So if you go there, here you can see that CSR is getting generated. Now we can download that CSR for the certification process. So first step is to generate the CSR and download it. Now once you generate the CSR and download it, what is happening in the normal certification process? So suppose you have your vManage and you have your vEdge devices, and then you have your vSmart devices. I'll come back to this vEdge device next class when we'll do the deployment. So let's just focus on the vManage and vSmart, like that vBond as well. Certification process is telling that if you have your root CA, then so let me clean it and let me draw one more type if I have some more space, or let me go and open the whiteboard. So before understanding these steps, we should understand that what we are going to do. So I have my root CA, I have my vManage, I have my vBond, and I have my vSmart. Now remember, this vManage, from here I have to manage everything, and this is nothing but my dashboard. So from dashboard I can go. The step number 1 is that obviously you have to give the organization name and the vBond IP, but you have to go and add these controllers and generate the CSR. So you have generated the CSR for everything. Generate the CSR for vBond, vManage, vSmart. Step number 1. Now what is happening that this root CS server, you should have some public key. So you have to go and put the public key in these devices. Okay, because these devices should understand who is the root CA, should have the public key for the root CA. So step number 2 is to install the public key. That will be step number 2. Now what will be the third step? Third step is that from root CA, you should generate the certificate, PIM file. So step number 3 is to generate the PIM file, and then final step number 4 is to install the PIM to vManage. So what are the steps we have? Let me quickly recap. It's very easy. We have, suppose we have a root CA, you have vManage, you have vSmart, and you have vBond. Add it with CSR, correct? Now from root CA, you put the public key. So I'll go and use the other color for step number 2. So public key, not only these devices, but all the edge devices as well. So step number 2 is to add the public key. Now step number 3, that root CA should generate the PIM file. So he has to generate the permanent file, PIM file. And then finally, the step number 4 is that vManage will go and install the certificate. So now the vManage has to, so step number 4 is that vManage have to install the PIM file or the certificate. Okay, so these are the steps. Now let me quickly go and show you these steps here in the slide. I have slide deck for that. So here we are. Now we have downloaded the CSR. From there I have to generate the PIM. So suppose I have one CS server. You can use any public CS server as well, just for testing purpose. So you have CS server. From that CS server I have put the CSR and it has generated the PIM file. Now this PIM file I have to go and install to all the devices. Now you can use SCP, you can use any method, no problem on that. So suppose I am in the root CS, a Linux based server. From there itself I can use SCP to send those files to all the devices, correct? So here we are sending the public file. So we have something called public key. We are sending the public key to all the devices first of all. So that will be a step number 3. Once you send the public key, the step number 4, so install the certificate. So here on the top you can see install the certificate. Simply go and install it. So what you need to do, again it's important, select, click to vBond, click install certificate. It will pop up, where is your certificate? Then you give the path from where from the root CA you have downloaded the certificate, and that's it. Once you do that, then job done. So let me erase this, and I have given all the steps here so you can follow the steps as well.
Okay, thank you.
So once done, you'll find that you have the counters here for vSmart, vBond. So very easy to do that. Now, the other point here is this. Even we don't need to do all these things. Everything is automated from Cisco itself. But for learning purpose, I told you that we can do like this also. So let me show you first of all what I try to tell is that if I go to configuration and certificate, here you can see I don't have option on top called certificate. It's not there, correct? But if you see the PPT slides, you'll find that blue color option was there called certificate. Why? Because it is automated here in our case. But if you want to see that, if you want to do it manually, you can go here to the administration and setting. And once you are in the setting, here you can see that hardware WAN edge certificate authorization. So this is on box. Controller certificate authorization, WAN edge cloud certification authorization. Now we are actually dealing with the WAN edge cloud devices. So I can go here and click edit. I'll do it manual. Now if I go to the configuration and the certificates, see this top is coming here on top. Oops, sorry for that. Where we are, let me go back. Okay, so now on the top you can see that we have option called install certificate here, correct? Now the same thing we have in the slide. So up to us that how we are doing this deployment. If we want vManage to do everything, it can do. If we have some third party, we can use the third party certificates as well. And deploy the VH we'll discuss later on. I'll not discuss this, we'll discuss tomorrow. Okay, so what we can do now that we can take one.
Obviously, vEdge and vSmart to be another one for the going through the internet. To vSmart.
Okay, so how many OMP? The number is?
OMP one for this one. 1, 2, 3, 6. One going through the.
So OMP is the overlay management protocol that will
correct.
That will run only within vSmart or vSmart to vEdge. Now I am asking this question specifically to vEdge 1. So for this vEdge 1 you have only 2 vSmart. That means you have 2 OMP. So the answer is correct. Question number 2. How many BFT?
Also 2.
2. So you have one ISP like this, one IPsec tunnel like this, other IPsec tunnel is like this. So this will be 2 and this will be also 2. At the moment you have IPsec tunnel, that will be tracked via the BFT packets, correct? And the final question and the toughest question is that how many control connection?
DTLS?
Yeah, DTLS.
One. No, wait.
No, DTLS for vEdge 1 and 2?
vEdge 1, yeah.
Or for vEdge 1?
Only for vEdge 1. This question is related to vEdge 1.
Okay. It should be 1 because the vSmart to
say 1
2. Yeah, vSmart to
3.
3. Yeah, and the vManage 3.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm missing something. I thought DTLS was only you. All right, hold on. I thought the DTLS was only between the vSmart and vBond, but TLS is used between vEdge to vSmart to vManage.
Yeah. So vBond understand only DTLS, but for other device like vManage, vSmart, oops, sorry for that. So vSmart and vEdge, they can understand either TLS or DTLS.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Okay. So the DTLS number will be 3. Okay. All right. So great answer. Let's stop here, and we'll start next class tomorrow from the same place that we are going to end today. Let me go quickly and show you the steps that will be required to do the GNS installation. So I think you have installed the GNS. I'm going to show you that how you can go and import the image, and then how you can go and deploy the image.
Okay.
So
I have I have a question to ask. I installed VMware. I mean, not VMware. I installed GNS directly on my Windows server.
okay.
And I did see, I downloaded everything. I see the OVAs and all that. And you're going to show us now how to import them?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
I'm going to show you that. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go and start GNS3. Once you start this GNS3, in the back behind the scene, it will go and start the virtual box as well. So we'll see that after a few seconds, the VMware virtual box will come. I'll cancel this. Here you can see that GNS VM is starting, and GNS3 VM. Both of these things should become green. So laptop and the GNS3 VM inside the virtual box here. So once these become green, we'll wait. First time when you do this thing, it may take some time, but next time onwards, it will not take time. Now you can see that both are green. So now I can go and create my project. You can go and give any name and you can create it. I already have one project called G3GNS3. In that project, I have very few devices. I'm preparing one new course for automation and programming. So that's why I have this particular lab setup. Now I'll show you all the steps, how you can do yours as well.
I think this was the one you shared with us, right? Because I tried to import it, and I think it was able to import, and it was showing into the GNS3.
All right. So the name is G3, the project name.
Yes.
Okay. Then you can do that also. If you are able to import, then it's great. So here you can see that I have one CSR. Suppose if you don't have CSR, then it will not work. I connected one cloud, NAT cloud. So how it is, it's very easy actually. What you can do, simply drag and drop. So you can go and drag drop one of the switch. Whenever you are taking switch, you please use GNS3 VM. Like that you can go and use it. I'll delete at the moment because already I have here. And then you can go and take one cloud. So here you can see that you have cloud, you have NAT. It is important, this network automation is important. So once you go and add this, first of all, it will be not there. So you have to go click add new template, and then you have to search. So here you can see that I have this automation. You can click install, next, and then
This automation, do we have to import the image, or it's already in the GNS3 already?
It is already in GNS3.
Okay, thank you. I think when I imported this image you sent us, this GNS3, the CSR didn't show because I haven't imported that part yet.
Yeah. So CSR is not required. Anyways, I'll share you CSR and other images, but CSR is not related to our lab. Our lab relates VH19 to, or if you have 16 more than 16 GB RAM, then you can go and install vManage and vSmart all controllers as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Charles,
Sorry. So I have 32 memory in my laptop. So how much should I allocate for it and install this VMware vManage vSmart?
So if you have 32 GB RAM, then your vManage installation will not work because it will take 32 GB alone.
oh,
But
wow.
yeah,
Wow.
but for that reason, what I have done, so for that reason, I have given you other images. So let me go back to my, what happened to, 1 second. Okay, I think at the moment I connected with dcloud, I am not able to access OneDrive. So I'll do one thing. I'll go to the folder where I have OneDrive. So I have shared you the image, old images as well. So once you go to the SD-WAN folder, let me increase the size here. So I can go and check the extra large. Yeah. So once you go and check this image folder, you can see that inside the image folder, we have SD-WAN image, vEdge, and vManage. Now, if you go inside the SD-WAN old image, again, let me increase this little more. So we have this folder, SD-WAN old image, and inside old image, old folder is there, 16 to 11 is there. This is very old image, like this is pre-acquisition of Viptela. Now, these images can run in 4 GB RAM as well. So there is no problem. You can go and install anytime. So here you can see
I have
that
already downloaded them.
Yeah.
Okay. You know
It's
what?
very easy.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
You double click, it will get installed.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a little lost with the GSN. I did install it and I installed Python, but I'm not, you know what? I'm going to stick to this ESXi server.
Yeah, no problem. You can work with ESXi. These
I'll
things
just
you
set it
can
up.
install to ESXi as well. Now, problem with these images is that they are 16.2, and you'll find very less features. Not very less, but say for example, 60% features are there in this. So just to learn, understand the Bringup process, you can go and use this. These are very initial image where you don't need any license, don't need anything. Simply you can deploy it. Now here you can see that you have image for vManage.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
License. I have a question to ask you. What I have is 19.2, and you sent me the Viptela file. You said try this. So to bring up the fabric, I still need license with 19.2.
Yep. After 16.2 images, after 16.x image, you need license.
Okay. So my question. All right, I didn't realize that. So my question is this then. That's what I was asking you about. You know what? We'll have this conversation offline. I don't want to take up class. Please go right ahead.
Yep. So you can see here that these you can deploy. There is no problem, and you can work with this. It's very easy. Here you can see that you have the vEdge, you have vSmart, and you have vManage. You don't have vBond because for vBond we don't have extra image. The vEdge images are working for vBond as well.
Correct.
Okay, so this will work 100%. Actually, I have tested this in my laptop. This is working. There's no problem, and it will bring up very fast.
Okay, good.
So try with this. No problem with this, and I don't know that if I have shared that Viptela file or not. So let me quickly check. I should have one Viptela file, and I will check and I'll share that .viptela file with you. So you can use those serial numbers. That's very easy.
Okay. I have a question.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah.
How much does license cost?
Cisco, they are not giving any license for lab purpose. So there is no cost in such. You got my point? So we tried with Cisco to, we told that we want to do POC and we want to have any evolution purpose, evolution software or something like that. So they denied. They are telling that they don't have anything related to license, related to lab purpose or home lab purpose. They are selling only the licenses. So
Oh,
what they are doing that they are selling the license, and then once you install that, once you start using their service, your license period will start. Now in that, what companies are doing, once they have the license for the production, then they are putting their POC devices in that.
oh, that makes perfect sense. So when you buy the license, it's unlimited. It doesn't have nothing to do with the amount of devices you have.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true. So this is the way that people are doing POC plus the migration or deployment. So it is going hand on hand.
So I gotta do the lab over again. I gotta do 16.
Yeah, but for our training purpose, you can build the basic lab with 16.2, and for advanced feature stuffs, we can go and use that over GNS3 or even the TLOCS. So you can go and test all the features over these devices, over these either hosted cloud or maybe in GNS3. So the idea behind this is that you have your devices here. I'll go and import one. So you can go here and click. So you have your VH cloud here. Connection will be very easy. You can go and connect. Say gig is 00. If you want, you can connect management IP as well. Now this setup that you are seeing here is the DHCP server as well. So at the moment I'll bring up this gigi 0/0 interface will get one IP address from the DHCP server. Because you need IP address, you need a routable IP address. For this automation tool, now what you have to do, that you should go to edit config and make this auto. So initially it will be like this, and this. What you have to do, that you have to go and remove these symbols here. You have to go and remove this, oops, like this, and save it. Then you go and start it.
Okay, Kumar, before I forget, so if we want to run the latest, the 19.2, what kind of laptop specs, RAM should be appropriate to run that new image with the new features?
Yeah, for vEdge, it's very less. It's 1 GB RAM only for vS, vSmart, and vBond. RAM requirement is there for vManage. So to run 19.2 vManage, you need 32 GB RAM minimum. That is the minimum.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So although I have the image, but if I try to import it, it will get failed because I don't have that much RAM. I have 32 GB, but that is used by other resources as well. So that's the problem. Okay. But you can do like this. You use the older images that we have, that is for 16:1, and try to bring up your lab with 16:1. It's very easy to use. At the moment you go and click, it will start running. It's like that.
Okay.
So you can practice.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. And once you are very much comfortable with the older images, then you can go and move to the 19.2 or maybe 20.11. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So we can go and click console. And I can see this automation tool is coming, and then I can go and start my vHCloud as well, because at the moment I want only these two devices. So now vHCloud is booting up. Once it will boot up, username, password, I'll give admin, but you can change the password. So it is working at this moment.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Question: can you sell the license from your company? Can you go through your company to buy a license? And if so, can you find out the price?
Okay. So I don't have license, but I know people who can sell that. But what is the purpose? You want for lab purpose or you want for deployment purpose?
No. For lab purpose. 19.2.
Okay, for lab purpose. All right, then I'll check with. Yes.
I think I was watching one YouTube video this morning where there was this guy who was able to generate.
Okay.
Is it configuration the same?
Yes.
Via hardware or software?
100% same. Yeah, 100%. Okay. So we may have hardware, we may have software device. Now the only difference we have is that we know that in hardware we have the TPM chip, or maybe in ISR devices we have TAM modules. TPM is trusted platform module, TAM is trusted anchor module. But in software there is no such provision that you have the trusted chip and all, where you can put the serial number and chassis ID. So how the device will go and authenticate? So for that you need the Viptela file, correct? So when we are doing the deployment for the software devices, at that time you should provide all the controller the software serial number and chassis ID information. So what does it mean? It simply means that for hardware devices you don't have to do anything. Everything is automated. But for software, you have to do some minimum configuration. You have to go and activate the license. I will show you that how you can activate the license and how you can do the Bringup process. Okay. Now, before moving further and do the deployment for the device, obviously I'll go and do the revision. And before doing the revision, I just wanted to ask that, are you able to reach up to this point? So maybe you haven't imported the software. If you want, I can show you that. You can go to next, and here just try to search Edge. You have this. You go install, next, and then I have given this image to you. So you have to click here and you have to import from your drive. Once you import, it will become this green. Once it is green, just click next, and that's it. So you'll find one icon here, then you can drag drop and you can connect like this that I have connected in my lab. Now I have taken one external network as well because next what I want to do, that I want to connect with my dcloud. So the devices that I have, devices means the VH device that I have should be reachable to my cloud controller. Otherwise, obviously, it will not bring up. So I have reachability with the vManage, then I have a reachability with vBond, and then I have a reachability with vSmart. I should have the reachability to all the controllers. Now, before doing the deployment, I just wanted to, yep.
Quick question.
Yep.
If you're connecting your lab, your vManage, your vBond, your vSmart to dcloud,
Mm-hmm.
to dcloud, 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 to You still need license, or you don't need license because you're using
You
their
don't need
license to bring the
license.
fabric.
You don't need license because I have the license for that license package for TLOCS and the edge device. I'll show you that. I'm going to show you that. You don't need license for
Okay.
that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you want to do the lab,
All right.
you don't need license. If you want to use all the features, you can do it. But the constraint with TLOCS lab is that once I book it, it will be there for 2 days, 48 hours.
Oh, yeah,
Again, it
you
will go
said
and
that. That's
reset. Yeah, again, it will go and reset. So what I am doing in my case is that suppose whenever I am doing the lab and suppose I used to build something. So suppose I am starting my lab, then I'll take backup and then next time I'll restore the backup. So
got you.
vManage, I used to take the backup in my local system in my automation tool, and then next time again when I start, I'll push that backup to vManage. So everything will be up and ready. Correct.
Got you.
One thing I'll show you again. I'm doing this with the programming with the script, and there are certain use cases. Suppose so if in my company I have one requirement that I want to move one cloud to other cloud. So what does it mean? So for example, India region, I want to move to any, say for example, Singapore. So what I need to do, the vManage set for India, what I am going to do is that I will take the backup of India region, vManage, and then I will upload that backup or I will restore that backup to Singapore. So what I have done, I'll quickly show you. This is unofficial thing, but I'm showing you, and I'll stop the recording for a few seconds.
I have to tell you, it doesn't see the database drive. Please shutting down immediately. So when you have to add the extra drive, hard drive, 100 gig, and then when it boots up, it's gonna see it. It's gonna tell you to select an HDC. You're gonna format it. It's gonna format, reboot, and everything will be fine. Everything else bring up the same except for the orchestrator vBond. vBond, you do vEdge, but then when you say vBond, local vBond, and add the IP address, that's when the vEdge turns into vBond, and that's where I stop.
Okay, and the second is the minimum configuration,
Oh yes, the IP addresses and all that.
and then we should have some IP route, a reachability of all the devices to all the devices, and finally we should do the certification thing. So these are the configuration steps for control plane. For data plane also we should have all these steps. Now what we are going to do now is to deploy the data plane. Now when we are talking about the minimum configuration, so what will be there? I told you that in minimum configuration you should have system-wide configuration and you should have a VPN configuration. So VPN 0 and VPN 512 will work. Okay. So now we are going to do the same thing to deploy our newly Bringup branch over GNS. So think that this is one of the site. We should have the reachability. So I have the reachability. I have tested that reachability. And then next what I will do, that I will go and do the minimum configuration. Okay. So before that, I will go and log into the vManage. Just wanted to show you all the steps. So now if you go and check your vManage, in vManage we have one configuration, show controller, and then valid vEdge devices. So here you can see that these devices are valid, but one of the device where you can see the chassis number and token number, I can go and use this. This is free. This chassis number and serial ID I can go and use. That I'm going to use. Apart from that, what I can do, let me log in for one more session here. And I want to log into one of the device. So for example, one of the data center whose IP is this, admin and admin, because I want to create my own template. So what I want to do, we should go and do the minimum baseline configuration, correct? So I can go here, either I can copy paste and edit, or if you want I can type as well. So system and then the host name, I'll give say GNS3 VM01, it's the host name for my device. Then I am inside the system wide configuration. I can go and give the site ID, say 444. I'm using any random number, it's okay. Then we should go and give the system IP. System IP, I'll go and give say 44, 44, 44, 44. Okay. Then what other thing? We should go and give the vBond IP. Now for vBond IP, I'll go and use the same. We have the DNS configuration. I'll show you that how we can do that in a while. We should give the vBond. Yep.
Charles, that's a quick question. The system IP, does that have to be a routable IP address?
It is not routable, so it can be anything.
Okay, thank you. Charles, going back on mute.
Okay, and I have given some public IP, but you can use any private IP. Anyways, it is not routable, so doesn't matter. You can give any IP. All right. Then the organization name. So I'll go and use this because I'm going to use the license for this. That will be the part of the configuration. So these are the minimum thing we should do, and I can go and do commit here, or you can go and do commit check, and then you can go and do the commit. So now you can see the name has been changed. So we have done the system configuration. Now I should go inside VPN 0 and I should do the VPN wide configuration. Now before doing this VPN configuration, I just wanted to show you that we have the IP over the interface. So over VPN 0, I have this IP address from DHCP server. And then for system IP, I have given this. At the moment, I don't have any IP in management interface. That's okay. So I can go to VPN 0, and inside VPN 0, I should do the configuration, DNS configuration for VPN 0. So here you can see you have very less configuration options. So I can go to DNS and I can go and give the DNS address and the IP address. So I have this configuration already. I'll go and copy paste. So next I can go here to VPN 0 and I just wanted to use this primary and secondary for DNS, and then this configuration is for vBond. So these configurations, primary DNS, secondary DNS, and this is the DNS for the vBond, because I should have reachability to vBond, and inside system wide configuration I have used this IP. Once I'll go and give this, then I'll go and configure the interface, because IP address is DHCP, so I will not change anything. So DHCP client, it's okay. Now next important thing that we should do is the tunnel interface, and inside that I want to do tunnel interface allow service all. Then you can go and give the encapsulation, IPsec, and the color. Now again, I have dedicated slide for TLOCS and color. You will learn more. But at this point of time, my address, I want to think that, okay, my address is getting from the ISP. So it is a part of internet circuit. So that's why I'm going to use any public color. So you can go and use either biz internet or blue or bronze, gold. These are the public color. If you have any private color, so you can go and use custom 1, 2, 3, MPLS, private 1, 2, 3, etc. So I'll go and use here say gold, but you can use any color. And let me show you the configuration, what we have done. So we have done this configuration. At VPN 0 level, you can go and give the IP route as well. But in my case, anyways, I have the reachability. So if I know what is the gateway, I can go and give the IP route towards the gateway. So if let me see that what IP 192.168.122.96, and here what IP I have, it's not required, but just I'm okay. So I can go and use IP route .1 and maybe .2. These are the reachable subnets I have. Static route. I can do commit and quit. Still I should have the reachability to my controller. So let me check. And see, I am able to reach to the vManage. And that's it. You do this configuration and your device will bring up. There is no problem. Okay. So what we have done again, we have given the minimum configuration you have seen. We have done the system-wide configuration, and then we have done the VPN configuration. Inside VPN, we have done very less thing. VPN 0, then the interface, then the tunnel interface. Now inside tunnel interface, again, we have dedicated slide, but we have given very less thing like allow services, encapsulation, color, that's it. These many things. So now what we'll do, we'll go and activate this device. We have done the configuration, but we haven't activated this device. Now this is the dashboard here you can see on your screen. At the moment you can see that we have 4 devices. Let me refresh the page. And these 4 devices, they are DC1 and branch 1. We don't have any GNS. So let's go here and activate this. How you can do the activation? So you can go and do the request for vEdge Cloud, activate, and you can go and give the chassis number and the token number. So this is the unused one, and then I can go and give the token number as well. So token number is this. Okay. Enter. Monitor start var log vsyslog. I want to show you everything over the screen. So whatever steps that is happening behind the scene, now it is trying to contact with the vBond. First of all, it will go and contact the vBond. vBond has to validate the serial number and chassis ID. So what is happening behind the scene, that vManage is pushing serial number and chassis ID to vManage. So vManage is pushing to vBond and vSmart both. So if I go and log into the vSmart, so let me go and log into the vSmart. If I have, yep. Even in the vSmart also, you can go and check show controller valid vEdge. You have that number. Okay. So all the devices have the serial number and chassis ID. Now here you can see that they are trying to install the certificate. So initially there was no certificate. Now you can go and check the certificate installed, and here you have the certificate. You can go and check this organization name and all. The certificate installation is happening, and if I go and refresh this, here you can see GNS 444 control is up. This version, still the data plane is not up. Okay, we'll check that why this data is not up. Data plane is not up, but here you can see the control plane is up and running. All right, so give him some time. It will take some 5 minutes, you can go and check show control connection. So here you can see that we have the DTLS connection with vWAN and DTLS with vManage, but we should have the connection with vSmart as well. That's the control plane. So we'll give him some time to form the connectivity. Okay. Do you have any question at this point? Please ask. So here you can see that how simplified this is, and actually this is simplified and featureific. We have n number of features, and it's very simple as well. So both the things are hand in hand. Now what I can do here that meanwhile it is bringing up the fabric. So let me go back here again. Let me see if the vSmart will come. It will take some time to come up. Otherwise I'll go and refresh. So it will connect with vSmart as well. Meanwhile, I'll go here and I'll go and check my scripts as well, because what I want that I want to run a script to check this. So I have my script. Let me show you that. What is this? Demo 11. So I have this script. I need to set the environment variable. I'll do that. Meanwhile, it is bringing up the fabric. So I will come out. We can go to Python, and it's just the GNS3 that I'm doing. Here I can go and check the variables are set or not. So I just want to get the SD-WAN IP. It is not set. The variable is not set. I need to set the variable before running my program, but it's not required that all the program we need to set the variable. Okay, so let me go and write one program just to set the variable. So I can go to my demo 11 one more time, and how you can set the variable. So we have the configuration here. I'll copy these lines. I can go out. I can start, say, dcloud login. I'll create one file here. And while you're setting the variable in this program, you have to set like this. So 198.168.1.10, username and password admin and admin. Admin, and that's it. So just for my script purpose, I have this. I'm using like this because I don't want to memorize all this export statement and all. So I'm using this methodology. So next time what I'll do that I'll go and run this. So the output will come here in the screen, and then I can simply copy paste. Now if I go to the 3, and now if I import the OS, and then if I go and check the IP, you can see the variable has been set, and it is telling me that what is the IP, what's the username and password. So it's good. Now I can run my script. Now before running that, let's go back and check that do I have my control plane up. Still I can't see my vSmart. It should come. Okay. It's not coming. And let me go back here. Let me refresh the page. So here you'll see the control connection number will increase. It should show you 3 or maybe at least 2. one for vSmart and one for vManage. Once the control connection will come up, then we'll go and bring up the data connections as well. Okay, your OMP peer should show 2 because you have 2 vSmart. All right. So let's go and check the configuration if we have missed something. So this will not come, but anyways, the certificate got installed. So that means that our configuration is 100% correct. There's no problem in that. And you can go and check show control connection. Still it is not coming up. So what I'll do, I'll go to VPN 0 interface gig E00. I'll shut down the interface. And after shutting down again, you can see what is happening behind the scene. And then I'll go and do the no shutdown, commit and quit, show control connections. So now you can see that it will go and contact with the vBond. vBond will exchange the serial number chassis ID to other devices, and then it will go and form the tunnel. It will take some time, there's no problem on that. But if we have the reachability, then there is no issue. So let's see. Still the control connections are not up. Okay, so maybe sometimes you also have this issue. It should not happen if you are going to connect this cloud with your other images. This image has some issue, but if you have some VM that you are running in your laptop, and then if you want to connect with the D cloud, like I have done, so apart from GNS also you can connect. It's not required that you can connect with GNS only. You can connect with the VM as well, as long as you have reachability with the control devices, control plane devices. You can go and connect any of them. No restriction on that. Okay. So what we'll do, that suppose if it will not come up, then I will go and do the activation, so deactivation and activation one more time. And that's also important. You should understand that how we are doing the activation and the deactivation. Now you can see the number of devices become 4. There are some error. One of the devices showing down. What you can do here, that you can go to the configuration and devices. And for this demo purpose, I'll go and use DC1. Let me show you the host name. So we have DC1 VH1, and then you have DC1 VH2. So this DC1 VH2, you can go to more button, and then you have this option called decommission vManage. Now once you do the decommission, now if you go to the certificates, so you can see that once you have done the decommission for that particular device, then you got new credentials for chassis number and serial token. Now if you go and download this, you are getting one CSV file. Now this CSV file here, you can see this CSV file that you are getting here is this one, this third number. So token has generated. This is the serial number, sorry, this is chassis ID, and this is the serial number. So what I will do, I'll go back and let me see that. See, state is down. Let's try to, oops, now it is up. Otherwise what I can do, that I can use that activation command one more time with new serial number chassis ID, correct? But You can see that our devices are up now. So I will not do that. I will use it. Now at this point of time, if I go to my vManage, and if I go and check this, everything is showing valid, but we know that one of the device we have done the deactivation. Now here, if I go and do the ping to 44, 44, 44, 44, from here, if I am not able to ping, it's okay, but I should ping this 44, 44, 44 from vManage to run these scripts. 44. So yeah, I have the reachability. Now, what I want to do here is that I will check all type of connections. So all type of connections means once you do the bring up, you know that you have your cloud. Okay. And then you have your data plane. Say I have my data plane devices. Now for this cloud controller, what are the commands in the CLI? Even we have in the GUI as well, same commands. We should go and check show control connection. And now if you go and type show control and then the question mark, you will get multiple options. Show control connection, show control connection history, show control local properties. They are very good commands related to control connection. Okay, so those things you want to check for your control connectivity. Now we know that in the cloud we have vSmart, and in vEdge, these vSmart and these edge devices, they are forming OMP. So we should go and check show OMP peer, show OMP question mark. What options are there? But at least we should go and check the peer. Okay. So these two commands are actually related to your cloud controller and data plane device. Again, if you want to check the IPsec connectivity, so for that you can go and check show IPsec inbound outward connection, and we know that once we have the IPsec, that will be glued with the BFD, bidirectional forward detection. So we should go and check show BFD summaries and all. Okay. So we have good healthy number of commands in the CLI, in the GUI. If you are there in the GUI, now here you can see if I go and first of all, let me show you the dashboard. In the dashboard, oops, still it is showing 4 devices up because obviously we have decommissioned one of the device. So we have the GNS3 here now, correct? And here you can see the BFD is down, expected 2, but 0 is there. We'll bring up that, but your OMP is 2 and your control is 3. That's good. Now from here you can go to the dashboard. Dashboard is the real time. Once we are inside the dashboard, you can scroll down. You have one real time option here. And then here you can go and check the, say for example, control connection. So you have the control connection history, control local properties, control summary, control stat, control connection. Do not filter. Here you can see this output. Okay, so you have seen from CLI, you can see from here as well. And let me go and check if I can go and run these commands related to my program as well. So I can go to my automation tool here, and first of all I'll copy my demo 11.py abc.py, so I can do the changes and I can open my program because I know that IP addresses are different in this program related to that device. although most of the places. So here you can see if I go to BFT, I want to show you the control connection. So I'll go and use this control connection. Somewhere you will find that I have the controller option. Here it is. So control connection, what IP I have given is, this is the REST API 10301, but I will give 44, 44, 44, 44. This is my system IP. Likewise, I'll go and use that. Just one place I'll change, and rest I will leave it. I know that IP is, and this is iOS. All right, leave it, and we can go back top here. I can run this abc.py. What plugins I have given here in this program. So I can check the app route, BFT, etc., etc. I just want to check the control, and now the program is running. So it will go and check the control connection. Here you can see the uptime is 5 minutes, the vSmart, oops, and then the CLI hasn't run, but it's okay. So here you can see this uptime. Then you can go and check the DTLS, it is installed, this is org name, this is the install chain, this is the DNS name, the certificate is valid. So good amount of output we are getting. And then somehow it is not able to connect because the device type that I have given in the program was vEdge, and that is not in the list. So that will be Cisco iOS. So let me quickly go and edit, and then I can show you that full output. So I can go to the control where I have my control connection. Yep, here. And then the device type is Cisco iOS, and that's it. So it is running, and these are from the API, these tables. This is also from API, but I have given the CLI or the Python to CLI interaction as well. The next command is running via CLI, and now you can see the difference as well. It took only 1 second this API to run, only 1 second to run the API, but to run the CLI it is taking time. Again, it is not working, but it's okay. We'll check. I'll check this later on. Okay, so far, if you have anything, please ask. What we have done, that we have done the connectivity. It's very easy, such drag and drop. These are the inbuilt GNS switch, inbuilt GNS PC. Alright, so let me go to PC1 first, and oops, question mark, even I don't know the command. So these are the commands that is supported. Here you can see that ARP, DHCP, ping and all. I want to put the IP here, and I don't know how to do it. So I'll ask IP, and here you can see that it is telling that you can use this format. So IP is say 10.1, I'll give say 10.1.5.10/24, and then the gateway. This gateway address I'm going to put to the vManage vEdge device, vEdge and that interface. So I can go and give this gateway, and I think we are done. Likewise, I'll go to PC2 and I'll give IP 10.1.6.10/24, and the gateway is 10.1. 6.1. So 10.1.6, and here you have 10.1.5. So 10.1.5 and 10.1.6, and the gateway we are going to configure there. So now I will go back to my VH here, and I'll stop this. So we have started this monitor, and you can go and stop this. So now this syslog message will not come. You can go and check show interface description. Now whatever configuration we are doing here, remember this is not the recommended way. We should do the configuration from vManage. That we'll do in the upcoming session. So we should go and create the template at the level of vManage, and that template should be pushed to all the VL devices. Okay. At the moment, what we have done, we haven't attached any template. So this device, although we have the control connection, but it is not configured via via vManage. So this configuration we are not doing from vManage to VH device. That we can do it. We'll see this. Let's try to build the configuration, and then we'll go and attach from the vManage as well. I'll show you that also. Okay, so what I want here is that I want to go to VPN 10 interface. I should know the interface. So here you can see on top. Actually, there is no interface assigned. I should go and check here. Gigi 0/1 is inside 10. Okay, and then the IP address 10.1.5.1/24, and then the no shutdown, commit and quit. Then I'll go to VPN 20 interface. I'll go and use this interface, and then the IP address I want to use 10.1.6.1/24, and commit and quit. Very easy, like Cisco type CLI configuration. Show interface description. So now you can see that you have 10, you have 20. 10 is up and 20 is not. Maybe 20 I haven't done the no shut. So I should go to VPN 20 interface Gigi 0/2 and do the no shutdown, commit and quit. Okay, so now you can see the interfaces are up and up. So I can go to PC1 and I'll try to ping to the gateway. You can see PC1 we have the reachability. I can go to PC2 and I should check the reachability. You can see this is reachable. Okay, now if you try to ping across VRF, it's not possible. You have the destination unreachable. By default it is blocked. You need to create some policy to do this. We'll create this policy later on. But yeah, these guys are reachable, but still we have some issue. And what issue we have? So if I go back to the configuration, if I go here and if I show BFT session, you can see that BFT sessions are down, correct? And if I go to the vSmart controller, and this is very critical step, so I just wanted to draw here first. So what is happening, that you have your vManage, you have your vSmart. vSmart is the actual control plane. So that means that all the edge devices, they have the OMP session with vSmart. They have the OMP session with vSmart. OMP session, again later in the course you will understand and learn that whatever subnet you have. So suppose I have VPN 10 and VPN 20. Those subnets I am sending to vSmart via OMP. Now vSmart is working as a route reflector. So it's a responsibility of vSmart that once he learn, he will advertise to other devices. Correct? Now, if your BFD is down, obviously you don't have data path. So your OMP table will build. Your routing table we can discuss will build with help of OMP, and then your fib table will build with help of routing table. So these things will not happen until unless your destination TLOC is reachable. So before going there, we should go and verify the reachability of these subnets to the other devices. So now if I go to vSmart and if I type show OMP routes, and we are very much specific to 10.1.50 that we have created now coming from these devices, and 10.1.60. See, okay, so 50 and 60 both are coming, both are C and R. What is C and what is R may be confirmed, and so here you can see chosen, C for chosen and R for resolve, but they are not I, they are not installed. So here you can see the status, all the routes they are C and R, they are not installed. So let's go to the other side and check the status. So what I'll do, I'll go to this device, that is the DC1 VH1, and I can go and check show IP route for VPN 10. So do I am getting 10.5? So here you can see that I am not getting 10.5. So these guys, this guy is getting the OMP route. Let me show you this. Show OMP routes for VPN 10. This is actually a very critical piece that we are studying here. So my vSmart is sending the routes. So I am GNS VM, GNS3 VM. I am sending my routes to vSmart via OMP, and vSmart is sending those routes to other devices via OMP. So for example, DC1, VH1, DC1 is receiving as well. So here you can see that DC1 is receiving, but the problem is that this is invalid unresolved. So here you can see that TLOC unresolved and invalid. And because this is TLOC unresolved and TLOC unresolved and invalid, so what is the order? OMP, then routing table, then fib. So at this level it is unresolved. That means it will not go get installed inside the routing table. So if you go and check the routing table, so now if I go here and check the routing table for VPN 10, I can't see 10.5, 10.6 because those are not getting installed, because at the level of OMP they are unresolved. Correct? So 10.5 you can see unresolved, invalid, etc. Now if I want to check more about this route, why they are, so I can go and check show OMP route for VPN 10, and the route is this. Let me clean this. So it is telling that okay, coming from this is invalid, unresolved, type is installed, this is the TLOC, but they are invalid, unresolved. Okay, so now why actually they are invalid, unresolved is because your data plane is not up. So now if I go back here and I can show you this, this is down, this should be up and running. Now if you go and check show IPsec inbound connection and show IPsec outbound connection, so here you will see somewhere you will get this, even the font size is little bit bigger, so we are not seeing it. I want to show you this in my automation. If I can show you this, you will get the correct output. So let me show you here. I can go and check the IPsec, and I want to edit as well. So let me do one thing little quick. I should have my editor. I'll edit with my editor. Where is my program? That program should be device 1F something. So let me open my program. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me check where is my code. Yeah, it is showing somewhere. Okay. Anyways, it's not showing there, so I'll open my master file, and from that master file I'll go and run that. So I have my master file called sdwan.py and all the codes, I think. And if I go and check with devices 1F, this is my program. I should go and open this with the okay, here it is. So okay, this is my master program. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and then I want to replace 10.3.0.1 with 44444444. Replace all. How many replacements? Okay, so this 10301. All right, so it got replaced. I'll go here and I'll go back to my automation. I have this ABC. I'll remove that abc.com. So let me remove abc.py, and then I'll create abc.py with this. Control A and Control C, and let's do it. Paste here, save it, come outside, and then I will run this abc.py, and that I want to check the IPsec inbound outbound. I want in proper table. All right, okay, so here you can see that the details about the IPsec connectivity. These are the IP over my devices. This is the system IP. This is the remote TLOC address where it tried to build the connection, and then the algorithm that it is negotiating. So I'm using AES GCM 256. This is for the inbound connection, and then for the authentication use, encryption hash, okay. And then the other stats. If I scroll a little bit down here, you can see the key, the data key values. It is transmitting the packets, but it is not getting any packet, and maybe that's the reason that tunnel is down. I should add one more column here just to tell the status of tunnel. It should tell that status of tunnel is down or up. That it is not telling in this program, so I'll add that. But anyways, if you go and check the last line, So here you can see that I'm sending the packet, but I'm not receiving it, correct? So what we can do here, just to make this correct, first of all, I'll go to the vManage dashboard and I'll detach the template so I can do the configuration from the CLI. So I should go and check this TC. And let me quickly detach the template, detach the devices. It is detaching. Why I have done this step is that I know what's the issue. The issue is related to authentication related to IPsec. So the IPsec tunnel is not forming between this device and one of the device in dcloud. So that device is, for example, DC1 VH1. In that I want to form the IPsec tunnel. So once that IPsec tunnel will get formed, then I'll show you that DC1 is able to get these IP addresses, is able to learn these IP addresses, correct? So we'll see that. What I'll do, I'll quickly go to DC1 and VH1 and I'll remove the security, IPsec security. So show run security, you can see show run security. So this is the security configuration, and I don't want security IPsec authentication SHA HMAC and H. Rather than I want security IPsec authentication none, and I want to commit and quit. Now I have given the security authentication type none, but the idea here is that whatever security parameter I have in DC1, the same security parameter should be there in the GNS VM. So that's the concept. Here if I go and show you show run and then the security, you'll find that here the authentication type was different. AH-SHA HMAC, and here it was SHA HMAC, AH-SHA, like it's in reverse order or something. So just to make this faster, and I don't want this security extra payload, so I have removed that SHA HMAC, and then what I want security IPsec authentication type none. Commit and quit. Once I commit quit, I'll go and check the BFD session. It is not forming the BFD session with 10101. I want that. Otherwise, I have to go to these devices and I have to change the security parameter, correct? So why it is not forming with tunnel with 10101? Because maybe in 10101 their internet link is down. So if I go here and check show interface description, I can see that I have two interfaces. Both are up. Maybe here it is showing up, but behind the scene it is down. Otherwise, I should see the try message with 10101 as well. So gold, my color is gold, other side is internet, that's okay. And in these devices, show run, that is in the DC1 VH1. Hey you guys, all right. So we are back and we can see here that show run VPN 0. I just wanted to show you the configuration for VPN 0. MPLS restrict and okay, so base internet restrict. Again, we'll discuss more about the restrict keyword and all. But if I go to the VPN 0 interface gigi 0/2 and then the tunnel interface, I can do no color biz internet, or maybe no color and then color biz internet without the restrict keyword. And then if I go and check show PFT session, now 10.3, 10.3, 10.3, now here you can see that we have this. And if I go back here, I should have the connectivity with 10.1. Although it is showing down, this channel should come back up. So let's see. Show run security. What is the security you have? You have none. And if I go here and check show run security, this is none, so it's okay, should come. So strange that it is showing down. Never mind, I'll try to bring this up, there's no problem. Oops, exit, and I'll do one thing quickly. I'll go to VPN 0 interface gigi 0 and tunnel interface, no color, and the color I'll change as I have there. Show control connection, because we have changed the color. So again it will go and attempt with the vBond, and then again the validation process will happen. Once they validate, you will see that they will have the tunnel with the control tunnel with the edge with the control plane devices. Once it is there, I should go and check. So still it is showing down. That is not good for me. So quickly I'll do one more thing. I'll go back and I can go to the template where I have the CSR devices. I'll detach these as well.
Charles has a question.
Yep.
You can't go on the router and do like a debug crypto IPsec essay to see the tunnel, the password. That doesn't exist in the vEdge or the vManage.
Yeah, we can do that. So
yeah,
let's run the debug. I'll go back here and let's see that why it is down. Before doing the debug, let me show you command related to inbound connection and show IPsec outbound connection. Now here you can see you're not getting any mismatch. So this is okay, this is okay, and this is there. These informations are correct. Now if we run the debug, before running the debug, we should go and use debug transport events, and then we can go and debug with the IPsec. So now here you can see that if I go and check the IPsec, you have these many debugs. You're not seeing IPsec. So if you're not seeing IPsec, then you can go and check this, either this FPM or FTM. Okay, so debug FPM and then question mark, and then FTM question mark. So see inside that again you have so many debugs. So BFD config DPI fib flow interface IPsec. So it is there inside IPsec and then enter. Now this debug, this will be stored in the log, and then vdebug. Let me check its C folder, and then the log, maybe the, 1 second, should have log. Okay, just give me a second. I can go and check the log where it is. So this is inside var and log. So I can go and check the var log and vdebug. So whenever we are enabling the debug, it should come here, and then we can verify it. Why exactly this tunnel is not coming up? Meanwhile, I'll go back and check the device if we have any success. So all the tunnels are down. Interesting thing here is that all tunnels down, because we have done some security changes. So that's maybe the reason that other tunnels are also down. So let me correct that. I'll log into the device, and I'll change the security policy. 198.183.104 is one of the branch device. Now remember, it's again very important that we are going to do that. If you are in the CSR or ISR devices, you have to do config transaction to move to SD-WAN mode. By default, this will be in the Cisco XE mode. But if you want to move into the SD-WAN mode, you have to use this command, config transaction. Now, from here, you can go to the security. So I'll go to the security, and then IPsec authentication type. I don't know what was the initial, so it was, I think, AH Shah HMAC and Shah HMAC, like this. And then I'll go and give the security IPsec authentication none. Commit and quit. Commit and quit is not there, but commit is there. Alright, now if I go back to the, so let me quickly log into one more vManage session. From there, I will go and log into one of the device. So SSH-L admin 10.1.0.1 is running fine. I can go and check show BFT session. Still all the tunnels are down. So I'll go and restore the configuration. Whatever changes that we have done, I'll go and do the revert. So what was the command that we have used? So we have used security IPsec authentication. Let's put the authentication. So initially we have H SHA-1 and we have SHA and HMAC. Commit and quit. Likewise, I'll go here to the device, and what is the command? Config transact. So config transact, and then I'll go and put the security IPsec authentication type, and it should match this. So H SHA and SHA HMAC. Commit And let's see, show BFT session. See, tunnels are up, only one tunnel is down, that our GNS, but the rest of the tunnels are up. So I'll go back here, and here you can see there's plenty of messages we have, but let me go and make this security IPsec authentication is Shah HMAC and Shah HMAC. This is still down. Never mind, I'll check this in the back. This is not related to our configuration or anything, but this may be related to we are using here in this. Sometimes happens, but not always. Okay, so for any question, I'll make this tunnel up. So I'll check this offline, and maybe in the next class I'll make this up. But so far, if you have any question, you please ask. Time, yep, we're good to do. Question number 1 that I'll answer. Basic configuration. Now, once you do the basic configuration, then you should bring up the control plane and you should bring up the data plane. Now, to verify the control plane connection, now questions. What commands we can go and run? Yeah, to verify the control connections. Yeah.
Show control. Oh, please go ahead, Sam.
Yeah. Show control connection. Yep. So likewise, we have command show control connection, so control connection history, or maybe show control connection local properties. So you have these commands. You can use the question mark and you'll get the answer. The other option is that we can go to the vManage dashboard, and from vManage dashboard
and then
also,
go to real time.
Yeah, we can verify.
You go to real time, and then you go to the top there and look for control connections. And I think, okay. When you want the interface details too, you can go to real time, search for interface detail, and you see all the interfaces and the connections.
Okay, great. And point number 2 is for data plane. So for data plane, what are the things we can check? What are the commands?
Oh, wow.
It's very easy. Show IPsec inbound connection or outbound connection, and then show BFT session.
Yeah.
Okay.
So only 6 commands I have given you. But apart from that, we have done the configuration and we checked, and it's actually very interesting. And we checked that vSmart was getting that. So we built our lab where we have 3 interfaces. One is the WAN interface going to the cloud, where we got IP from DHCP. So it is getting connected with vSmart, vManage, and vBond. It installed the certificate, and then I created 2 VPNs, a VPN 10 and VPN 20. We have given some IPs, say for example 10.1.5.0 and 10.1.6.0. These IPs my vSmart was able to get, and he is sending to other devices as well, but those devices are showing invalid entry. We can discuss more on this in the upcoming session. So up to this point we have done our study. Let me quickly go to the slide that I have. So few of the slides are pending. Bring up the edge device. Now to bring up the edge device, we should go and do the system-wide configuration, then VPN configuration that we have done today, exactly the same. Then what we have to do that we should go and run the command. So this is the Viptela file. This is still the valid link. You can see here, if you type this, you'll get the Viptela file. Now, already in my vManage, those informations are there. We have checked that. What command we have run for that? We have run one command, show control valid vh. So you can run this command to vManage, you can run this command to vSmart, you can validate it. Correct? So we have validated that my controllers, they have that entry. Once you have those entries, you can go and add to the vManage, no problem. So once you have these entries, this serial number and chassis ID, then you have to use this command that we have used it. So we went on and we have done a request vScloud activate chassis number and serial ID. Once we have done this, then automatically the certificate got installed and my vEdge has joined the control plane. So then you'll find that you have the counter here in the vManage, and we have seen that yes, GNS3VM was there in the vManage. So these are steps we have done actually. Okay, so these slides, that's it. We have completed at least 145 slides. The next class, what I will do, that we'll go and continue. First of all, I'll bring up the data plane IPsec, and then we'll go and continue the configuration. I'll show you that how you can create the device template. We have two options. Either we can go and use the CLI template, or we can go and use the GUI template or the feature templates. I'll show you that in the upcoming session.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. So what are the steps we have to do the installation for control plane and data plane? Let's quickly revise that, and then I will go ahead and we'll do the deployment. Yeah, so you can tell me the steps for control plane deployment and then the data plane deployment. Anyone can answer, please answer. I'll write here in my screen. Control plane. Let's start with control plane deployment. What we are doing?
Control plane is the site ID.
Yep. So we are going to install the VM. Correct?
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Sam, you're continuing or okay, I guess that means I can jump in then. Install your ESXi, install the OVAs. Then after you install your OVAs for vManage, you gotta go in, you gotta add a extra hard drive. Gotta be at least 100 gig.
Okay.
And then when you bring it up, bring it up, the same thing. Put the IP addresses, things of that nature. vSmart, you don't have to do anything. You deploy the OVA, you don't have to add oh no, wait a minute. Yes, you gotta add another VNet. I have to add another VNet. So you can have two interfaces. One for private, one for private, one for internet. Same thing with vBond, but with vBond, which is vEdge, you have to add vBond and an IP address when you're configuring it, and then that turns it into a vBond. vEdge, the same thing. You deploy the virtual interface, add another VNIC, and bring it up.
Okay, 100% correct. So this was the step number 1. Let me quickly go and erase this. So step number 1, 100% correct. Yeah, you want to add anything? Okay, then once we have this, then what we are doing? So installation done.
Sam, you gonna take that?
Yeah, so once the installation is done, let me see.
Bootstrap config. Basic configuration,
So,
right? Or the minimum configuration.
okay.
Exactly. Remember, that's the system IP. The IP addresses on the interfaces. The management IP. Site IP. Site organization name, which you said is case sensitive because of the certificate when you start adding the certificates.
Okay, great.
And it's VPN 0, VPN 512, adding the interfaces, and which one is it? VPN 0, which one is the VPN 512, adding the IP routes under each individual VPN if you need if you need it, depending on your configuration.
Okay.
What else?
I think that's it. So if you do these many things, then your control plane will start working. They will join each other. The last thing we should do here is the certification. So the final thing is the certification process. And now this is very easy. Like directly, you can make vManage as a CA server, or you can use the semantic, or you can use enterprise root CA. Options are there, and all these options are very much automated. Now, how we are going to do this certification process is 100% manual. So whatever automation thing is there, you can see it, that how we can do that. Now, once our control plane is built, then we need to add the edge devices. Now, if you have the hardware edge devices, then these hardware devices, they have pre-built or inbuilt chip, or they have the pre-loaded certificates inside that. Simply you can go there, connect, and they will bring up. There is no much issue. And later we'll discuss in ZTP or PNP process that we have something called smart account. You have your PNP portal where you can put the data. It will go and sync with vManage, and then they will sync the serial number and chassis ID with the controllers. But how we are going to do here, also we are going to do the manual process. So here also we are going to add it manually. Here also we are going to add it manually, just to build our lab. And if we do like this manually, then we'll understand behind the scene exactly the same thing is happening. Okay. All right, great. So what is the certification process? What are the steps? If you can tell me. Third, the high level steps. So in my case, what I'm going to do, that I'm going to make vManage as a CA server, but you may have different root server or CA server, correct? Now in this, you have to generate a root cert key, and we'll see that root cert key will use root key, and with root key we'll go and create something called root.pem file. So these things we are going to do. You will see that I'll show you all the steps. Now once you have this root cert key, what is happening there? Suppose I have one VS device. I have to put this inside this. Then here I have to generate CSR. Now with this CSR, it will go, means my CS server, that is the vManage in our case, it will go and generate the CRT. Now with this CRT, we need to create the certificate, that will be .pem file, and then we have to install that certificate inside the devices. So there are so many things, and you can refer this diagram. You can refer this lab. So anyways, I'm going to record it, but you can go and refer this in upcoming future. Let me check that you guys are still there. I can see some disconnection.
Yeah.
I want to start this with very beginning, so I'll go and start my workstation. I have this VMware workstation. Even you can also go and use the same that I am doing it. Okay, so let me go to the image. I have already shared the image. It's called working. First of all, you go and do the deployment for vManage. So if you do the deployment for vManage, then you have to go and assign the interfaces and the hard disk and the processor and the RAM, everything. So we'll see that how we can do here. All right, so once you are here, just click edit setting, and I'll increase the memory to 16 GB. 16 is okay. I have tested with that process. I'll make this 2. Then I should go and add a few of the network interfaces. Now in this case, what I have done, I'll show you my network setting. I have done some changes here. So let me go and add first of all few interfaces. I'll add only 2, but later you can add any number. Okay, I'll add it and then I'll assign. So the first network card I'm going to assign, say VNet 2. I'll show you that what is VNet 2 and 1 and 3, etc. This I'll go and assign VNet 1. Then I should go and add the hard disk. So extra bit of hard disk you need because these vManage devices, they have the database. So that's the requirement that you should have the external hard disk. I'll use 100 gig here. You can check the data sheet. They are telling that we should use 500 GB for even for a small deployment. All right, so here you can see that we have this the RAM, the process, the hard disk, then we have VMnet 1 and 2, almost okay. And then I'll go and start it. Now while it is coming up, let me quickly show you inside the edit and the virtual network that okay, so I haven't added actually the interfaces, so I'll add that, no problem.
That's good.
I can see only VNet 1 and VNet 8. I want to add some interfaces, so let me cancel this and let me pause this. Say for example power off, and I want to add. So you can go to edit, virtual network. I need 1 and 2 at this point of time. So I can go and click change setting. It is coming up. You can clearly see here that I have VNet 1, that is host only, and then I will go and add more. So add network, VNet 2 is coming up. Now this VNet 2, I want to use this VNet 2 for my say for example VPN 0. Okay, so what I will do here, that I'll change this subnet first. I'm going to use my 10.10.100 subnet, and then I'll go and change the DHCP setting. So start will be 10, 10, 10, 32. and end will be say 10, 10, 10, 200. Like that you can give any. I'll increase the lease time. This subnet I'm going to use for my VPN 0, 10, 10. I'll give for 0 as well. 10, 10, 100. Okay. All right. And then I have another subnet that is the VNet 1. Now this subnet I want to use for my management interface. So 172.168.100.0. You can use any IP. There's no problem. 100 and I'm starting with 32.168 dots, maybe 200. Increase the lease time. Apply, and this is applying. Okay. And then I'll do the power on for my vManage. Yeah, till this point of time, you have any query you can ask. So basically what I want to do here is that we are using some 16 dot image for vManage, and then later on I'll go and upgrade to 17.x. So in this lab we'll come to know that how we are doing the image upgrade as well, because if you directly do with 17 then you will get some license issue, some other errors will come. But if you upgrade from 16, it will go very easily. I'm using one blog here, this coding packets, and I will do small bit of modification in this, although this is good one. A small bit of IPs will change, but you can refer this document. I am going to refer this document. Okay.
Okay.
I'll ping this link here in the chat window. And I have created this notepad type of thing as well, just to speed up the process. So this notepad also I will share with you. I created some bootstrap config, and then how to do this certification process. All right, so let's go back here and check that this vManage is coming. It is getting so many errors. Cannot start, cannot run, cannot start. That is not good. So I can wait for a few seconds, and meanwhile I can go here. Still again it is starting. Now it is working properly. Yep. Yes, Charles.
Charles has a question.
Yes, yes, please.
Does it matter what order that you configure and bring them up? Like instead of doing vManage first, what if you do vEdge or vFont? Anything of that nature? Does it matter?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Charles going back on mute.
You can bring up anyone first and then second, third, like that. It is getting error. Let me. This will not come because we have done some changes after the deployment, so that's why it is throwing an error. So let me quickly go and power off this, and let me remove this. I'm going to do the same thing one more time. Okay, and let's go back here. Let me remove the vManage as well, the template I have. Okay, so let's do it one more time. I'm using 16 to 11. Let's start with vManage. This order is not, don't have any problem with order. So what I have done, I have already the IP addresses saved, and I'm going to use those IP addresses. So that's why I'm using my DHCP in that range. So if I boot vManage first, it will get the first IP. So that's why I'm using like that. Okay, so increase to 16 and then go here and make to 2, add the hard disk, click add, next. Even you can give 50 as well, there's no problem in the lab, it will work. Then network, you can go and first of all I'll make this as a 2, and then the other network I will go and add as a 1. Okay, so seems okay. Meanwhile it is booting up, I'll go and start the other as well. So I'll go here and I'll start vBond. So vBond and vEdge, you have to use the same image. So here you can see the vEdge, although it's very small. If I can increase the, okay. So first one is vEdge. So vEdge and vBond will be the same. I'll go and give the name vBond, import. What change I will do here is that if you go to vBond, you'll find that you have 4 interfaces. I don't need 4, I just need only 2. So I'll select 2 of these interfaces, I'll remove it. Then I have only 2, I can play around with 2. So first I will assign number 2 and then number 2 I'll assign 1. Okay, and then I'll start this also. Meanwhile this vManage is coming up. Let's see what's the status. System ready, username, password, admin, and we have given 50 GB for HDB. Let's do it. It is coming up. Services are coming.
A quick question.
Yep.
When you were adding the vManage or the vSmart, before I thought we're going to go to open, we go add the add appliance before we add those devices. But you open those in the vMan and in the VMware workstation straight.
Yeah, means if you double click, obviously it will go and add it. But yeah, you can do like that also. From here also you can add it. There is no difference. All it is, those are the OVA file. I'm clicking it, it is coming and adding here. But if you want to do from here also you can do. It's almost same thing that I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now problem will happen only if you have multiple hypervisor, maybe KVM, maybe ESXi, maybe VMware Player, etc. So then you can go right click and then you can choose open with, and then you can choose what you want. You want a VirtualBox or VMware Player, or I'm using this VMware Workstation. By default that is set.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now next what we want to spin up our vSmart as well. The third one is for vSmart. So let me do that as well. It is coming up. And here, what I want two interfaces. So I'll go here. First of all, I'll add this guy as vnet2, and then I'll add one more network interface.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm sure you're gonna go over this anyhow, but I just wanted to say it now. Sam, when you're doing this in your lab, you got to pay attention to your interfaces, because I got stuck for like literally 25 minutes because I didn't check the interfaces, and every time I'm configuring an interface under VPN 0 and VPN 512, I'm getting the error that I'm configuring the same interface. I didn't realize that when I added the other interface, it comes up as Ethernet 0, Ethernet 1, Ethernet 2. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, good. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Going on. You're welcome.
So here you can see that vManage is taking 172.168.32. That actually I don't want. I want that it should take 10.100. Okay, so my interfaces, that the order that they are getting IP here, I don't want in this order, although I can use it this IP also, but let's see, vBond and vManage, then I'll change it. Okay, so let's go here and check. Although the font is very small, but I'll increase it. Just give me. So they are getting the IP in the reverse order. That actually I don't want. So what I'll do, because I am very much specific with my IP at this point of time, it will work fine. There's no problem, because anyway this is the lab setup. But you can do it. You can go here and do the power off, and then you can go to the network interfaces, these adapters, and the first one you can give the first interface, and then the second one you can give the second interface. So what exactly I want here, let me quickly draw in the diagram, that for VPN 0 I am using IP 10.100, and for VPN 512 I am using IP 172.168.100.x. X will start with 32. That's the range of IP that we have given the DHCP pool. Okay, so like that we can do. All right, so once we have the system ready message, that means it's good to go. Now you can see that I have correct IP on the ETH0. Now what we can do, that we can go to VPN 512 and I can assign the interface ETH1, and I can do IP DHCP client. Obviously no shutdown, commit and quit. And then if you go and check the interfaces, so you will see that the other interface, now they are in correct order, although the IP, exact IP that I'm looking is not there, but the IP range in the correct order. So VPN 0 has 10.100x and VPN 512 has 172.168.35. So this is good. Now what I will do, I'll go to the vBond. In vBond also I need to reverse the order. I'll go here, I'll do the power off, and I will assign the correct interfaces here. So I can go.
Question.
Yeah, sure.
Can you do DHCP MAC address reservation on this equipment?
DHCP?
In other words, see how you're saying that you're in the right IP address range, but you're not getting the IP addresses that you want. So I wanted to know whether you could do, like, okay, put the MAC address in the interface and say, you get, whenever you see this MAC address, you get this particular IP address.
You're right. We can do that.
Like you could do that on a.
Yep. Yeah. We
Oh,
can
you can do that. Okay, not a problem.
We can do that.
Going back on mute. Okay.
So for that setting, you should go to the edit and then virtual network, and from here you can go and do the changes. So once you go to the MAC address, and we have the advanced option inside that, you can see here that we have taken this range. I can go to DHCP setting. Now what we can do in this case is that we can give only one IP to one interface. We have total 19 interfaces. Okay. So for example, 32 to 32, I will use only for vManage. So two interface I will go and use for vManage. Like that you can do. You have total, you can see these many interfaces. Okay, you got my point. So MAC reservation
Yes.
in VMware workstation is not there, but we can do the trick. We can assign only one IP inside one interface. So obviously that will be fixed IP
Got you.
because only one IP we are giving.
Got you.
All right, so we are here in the vManage, and let's see the IP. Now they are in correct range at least, so I'm happy. Let's check vSmart, and let me do admin and admin. Oops, what is this? vSmart. Maybe I have taken wrong image. Maybe I have taken vManage for vSmart. It's okay, no problem. I can do power off, and I can remove it. So good thing about the VMware that you can remove it easily. Okay, so let me go here also because they will create the image backup. I'll remove the vSmart. Let's go to this place. Yeah, I use this vManage. I should use the middle one, vSmart. So let's do it. vSmart. While it is importing, we'll go and change the network setup. I can go here and give him this, and then I'll go and add one more. Next. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, it is coming up. Now, once you have this IP, I can use either any of the IP to open the GUI of vManage. So I'll go and use 10.10.100.33. I'll open my system here. I can go here and HTTPS say 10.10.100.33. It will ask for the certificate. I'll accept that. I can go here and use admin. Okay, so here you can see 16.2.11 vManage. You'll find it was very easy. It was very simple as well. Now if you go and check the new vManage dashboard, you'll find there are so many things. But they are very much similar to 17.x that we are going to upgrade the image. Now once you reach here, you please go to the settings and change the organization name, and we want see only 4-5 options. So how good that SD-WAN was initially. I'll use this criteria network. Initially they were the Cisco training partner. Actually they are the Cisco training partner when Viptela having the SD-WAN. because I have the serial number, I just wanted to show you the how you can upload the serial number as well. So that's why I'm using this. Otherwise, you can use any name. Name is not mandatory. You can use any ABC name, it will work. Just follow the blog, you will find it. You can use any name. All right, then we'll go and give the vBond IP. What is the vBond IP? Let's see that. So that is 10.100.34. So we'll go here and add the
Caroline, just want to let you know that.
yep. Yes, Charles, you're telling something? Okay, back to the dashboard. So dashboard will look like this. Still we have the same dashboard. You will see it's very much similar to 17.x that we will do the upgrade. You will find the same thing. Now once you reach up to this point, what you can do, let me quickly check if vSmart is there. Okay, so ready. Admin. Okay, I will quickly go and change the interface. So ETH1 IP DHCP client, no shutdown, commit and quit. Show interface description. That's correct. So now I have my vManage, vBond, and vSmart, and I don't want to use this CLI, but I will use my CLI. So what I can do, I can go to the setting, and then for let's see that what IPs we have. So for vSmart, I can go and use a management IP that is .37. Let's see if we'll get a start or not. If it will not getting a start with this management IP, no problem. You just check with the VPN 0 IP. So I can go here and check with 10.100.35, and it should get a start. So I have my vSmart, and then I'll go and log into a vBond, that is 34. So where is my vBond? Somewhere you'll find 172.168.36 I have now. So I can go and use it. And then finally the vManage 35. So you can see my vManage as well here. That is 35. All right. So we have our controllers. We have the vManage, we have the vBond, vSmart. I should use these in order. So if I can scroll vManage a little bit here. Okay, that I'm not able to move. Anyways, so we have the vManage here. Now what we can do, I have the bootstrap configuration for all these devices. So let's start with vManage. Here you can see a system-wide configuration, a host name, system IP, site ID, organization name, the vBond IP. So vBond IP is very important. And what vBond IP we got here, we can go and check. That is 100.34. So I should give correct vBond IP, that is 100.34. So let me copy and paste. I hope this configuration is very straightforward. So I'll do the copy paste. You can go to the configuration and we can go to the system if we are not in the system mode. Now here you can see it's easy. Now why I'm not changing the VPN 0 configuration? Because they are already okay. So I'm not doing any thing with VPN 0 configuration. Okay. So we are done with the basic configuration with the vManage. Let's do vSmart and vBond. So vBond should give the correct IP, that is 34, and here you can see the keyword local vBond only. Even if you do not give vBond only keyword, it's okay, but you should give the local keyword, otherwise it will not work. So we can go here and we can paste that. Now there is one small requirement with this lab, that while you are doing this lab, at this point of time, you please go to VPN 0 and shut down the tunnel interface. Okay. Later on, once everything is up and running, we'll go and bring this up, this tunnel interface. Okay. That's the limitation of this lab.
Okay.
Rest everything is okay. Now we'll go to the vSmart and we'll go and add the vSmart configuration as well. Oops. So let's copy and paste. So we have the vSmart, we have the vBond, and vManage everything in our VM. Now we have done the VM deployment, we have done the basic configuration. Now if you go and check the reachability, and that's why I have taken the same type of network, so I don't have to give the static route because they are in the same default network. Interface description, so 34 and 33. So here I can go and log in, ping to 34, and we should have the reachability 33. So my inter-controller connectivity is there. Now next thing, final thing, for this we have to do the certification process. So let's do it. Now you need to go to the dashboard and you need to add the devices. So go to the devices controller and then add the controller. First of all, go and add the vBond. Now for vBond, we know that the IP is 10.10.100.34. So here we have the vBond and you can see the IP is 10.10.100.34. You can go and get that. Admin and admin and generate the CSR. Yeah, Charles, you're doing something?
Yes, I was just waiting for you to finish. Same thing here when you're adding them to bring everything up. It doesn't matter what device you add in first, right? You can add them in anyhow you want to, or you have to do vBond first. Or it's recommended to do vBond first.
Yeah, we should do vBond first actually, because we have to validate everything with vBond.
Okay.
Yeah, so here we have the order.
Okay, not a problem.
Do vBond and then vSmart. Okay.
vBond, then vSmart. Okay.
Yeah. And let's go and add the other controller as well. That's the vSmart. So I'll go back to vSmart. The IP is 34. We'll go and add the controller for vSmart. So the IP is 3. Oops, sorry for that. The IP is 35. Okay. Username, password, admin, generate the CSR. Now at this point of time, we are very spot on. There is no problem at all. Now, since in this lab we are going to use a vManage as a CA server, so we have to generate key inside the vManage. So let's go and play around with vManage. I'm inside the vManage. I can go to the shell, and then I have to generate the key. So first of all, we'll go and generate the key. For that, the open standard is OpenSSL. So let me show you the steps I have in my notepad, and I have followed the blog. I already told you, you can follow that as well. It's no problem. So the first step, that in the vManage generate the key. We can do copy paste, no problem. I can go and generate the key. This is the root ca dot key. Then from this key, I will go and generate the PIM, root PIM. So here you can see root PIM. The interesting thing here, that if the organization name that you want your own, please change here. I have used criteria 1. If you want network lab, if you want ABC, XYZ, whatever, you should change here. Otherwise, it will generate problem. So with the key that we have created, root key, with that I'm going to create the root CA. So we'll go and use the open SSL. Simply the notepad is there. We'll go copy paste. These are the one-time hard work. Now you can go and check. So you have your key, you have your PIM. Now I'm going to generate the root cert key. Technically, that is the public key that should be there in all the devices. So this configuration, first of all, let's generate it, and this should be generated from the CLI. So I exit from here, and now you can see that the certificate generated successfully. This is the root CA cert, actually equivalent to the public key that will be there in all the devices. So they will identify that I have to do the certification process with the CA server. Alright, so once we done that, then now the CSR thing and CRT thing will come into the picture. So first of all, we have to generate the CSR, and from that CSR, we have to generate the CRT. So to generate the CSR, and we are doing it step by step, I will start with vManage. You can go to vManage, vBond, and vSmart. So you should go to the devices and certificates controller, and we haven't generated the CSR for vManage yet. So here you can go and click generate the CSR. The CSR for vManage is coming. We'll copy that, and then I'll go to the vManage cell VI editor and say vmanage.csr, and we'll paste this. This is the CSR. Press escape key. It's very important because this is the VI editor. Escape key, and then the shift colon WQ means you write it and quit. If you want to see this, you can go and check vmanage.csr. So this is the CSR. From this, we are going to generate the CRT. So again, we are going to use the OpenSSL, and we are generating the CSR with CRT. Now again, if your name is different, let me scroll a little bit down. So if your name is different, suppose if your name is vManage 1, 2, 3, whatever, you should use the correct name. In my case, it is vmanage.csr. Suppose if any typo or a spelling mistake, it will throw an error. So we'll go here, back, and let me copy one more time. We'll go back here and we'll paste it. Enter. Now we have the private key. Now whatever CRT that we got, so we got vmanage.crt. now this is my cert, and this I have to install. So let me copy it properly. So I have to install it here. So here you can see that we click to vManage. Please click to vManage. It will become yellow. And then on top you can see we have the install certificate. Put that certificate. Click install. Because this is 16.x, it will do it very fastly. You will see the green button very soon. That means one of your controller is done. Okay, great. Now when I am doing my lab, actually I used to install vManage and then I used to upgrade the image, but it's okay. We can go and continue with the rest of the controllers and then we'll upgrade the image. So we are done with vManage, line number 18. Then I'll start vBond. Now here you can see this IP got changed in our case. Now the vManage IP is if config, I think 35, so or 33. So vManage IP is 33. Let me confirm it from interface description. Yes, 33. So we should use that IP. So I should go and change this 32 to 33. Now we know that we have generated the root key, root cert key in vManage. That key will go to all the devices. So this command should be there in all the devices, controller or edge devices, everywhere. So we'll go here back. Already in vManage, I should put in vSmart. It's got failed. It's telling that you don't have route. So maybe my management plane is not working as is it. I'll do one thing. I'll use 1000. I'll use VPN 0 to do it. And here also I'll change VPN 0. It's not working. Okay, actually I've given wrong IP. So I should go and use this and let me see if I can manage to reach to VPN 512. Otherwise we'll copy paste manually if it is not reachable due to any reason. It's fail and I'll use VPN 0. Okay. Successful. I'll copy this and you should do this in all the devices. Same IP. Great. So now the root cert chain has been installed. Now let's do the next of the things. So from CSR, we should generate the CRT and then we should install it. We are going to do this with respect to vBond. So again, we'll go to devices and certificate, controller, vBond. We'll go and generate the already CSR is generated. So we'll view the CSR, we'll copy it, and then we'll go back here. We'll go to the vManage, vShell, and this time we want to do this with for vBond, correct? So vBond.csr and paste it. Quit from here, and then we want to generate the CRT. So step number 1 done. This is a step number 2 done, and then a step number 3. Well, we are in the vManage. Put here, it will generate the private key, and then that particular vBond.crt we should paste in the vManage. So we'll go here and we are in the certificate. We click to vBond. install the certificate, do it, click installation, and it will happen quickly. So you'll see green button very soon. Once it is done, the last one is the vSmart. So let's just scroll down. We have done the step number 1. We should copy the CSR and generate the CRT. So I'll go here. I'll go to the certificates, controller. I have my vSmart CSR generated. We'll copy this and we'll go to the vManage. This time we'll go and generate the certificate for vSmart. So first of all, the CSR will copy. Here you should press I, that is for insert, copy it, escape, colon, W and Q. All right. Now let's copy this to create the CRT. We are here and we'll paste it. Then I'll go and copy this CRT, and we are very much done with the control plane. So we should click install the certificate and install it. So what we have done so far is that we have installed the certificate for all the control plane devices. So basically we have completed 3 major steps: installing the VM, putting the necessary configuration, and then doing the to do the certification process. So at this point of time, if you go to the dashboard, you should get vSmart 1 and vBond 1. But since we shut down the tunnel interfaces, show run VPN 0, see the tunnel interface configuration is not there. So you should go and do the tunnel interface on vManage. Then you should go to the vBond tunnel interface, and here you need encapsulation IPsec as well. And then you can go to the vSmart. You have to do the tunnel interface here as well. Commit and quit. Now, once you do up to this step, you can go and verify the control connection. So we can go and check show control connection. Now they try to form the connection. So first of all, vManage will try to connect with vBond, and then they will go and connect with the vSmart. I can't see vSmart at this point of time. Let's see this. I think there is some issue with vSmart. Okay, so let's see that why this vSmart is not coming, and we can go to the VM now. And if I go and check the IP, so the IP of management interface is 172.168.137. Great. I'll go back here. .100.37. Now I'm able to open this with the management interface. Show control connections. Still it is not coming. So let's see if the system configuration is 100%. See, the vBond IP, I put some wrong information. So something will be missing. So that's why it is not coming. That you have to go and verify. Again, it is gone because of the misconfiguration of the vBond. So I'll go here and fix that. System vWAN IP. Commit and quit. System. Now the vWAN IP is correct, and now if you go to the vManage, so it should get the vSmart. You can see the first one. Okay. Now if you go back to the dashboard, you can see 1 1 up. So that is good. The next step is to upgrade the image. Now when you are upgrading the image, you can go to the suitcase software upgrade. Please do the upgrade for vManage first. Click upgrade. Okay, I don't have the software in the repository, so I should go and put the image, add new image in the vManage. Now I can go to the working directory we have. You can see 17.2. Here you have one image for vManage, the bottom one. Take it, click upload. Okay. It will take some 10 to 15 minutes to upgrade the image for vManage, because once they will download the software, it will go and reboot the vManage, and again it will come up. Okay, so once the vManage upgrade will happen, then I'll go and upgrade the image for vSmart and vEdgeCloud. So everything should be 17.2.10 or maybe 11. Okay, so that we are going to do. At this point of time, you have any question?
Oh, I'm good.
All right. So what we'll do, that we'll go here and we'll deploy the vEdge as well parallelly. So let this at least completed. Okay, now again you can go here and you can click to the software upgrade, vManage, and you can see the upgrade. Click this upgrade. This is in progress. Now let's go and add the vEdge devices. It's very fast actually, so we can wait for 2 minutes. It's 77% done. Now when you do the upgrade for the vBond, it will take much time than this. Okay, this is done. I can go to the upgrade. So what we have done, the upgrade process we have done, I'll go to vManage, we'll click activate to this, and now it is rebooted. So we'll go back and we'll go to the new image, because when you are doing the deployment for edge devices, you please use the new image. So inside working directory, if you see bottom one, we have the VH17 to 10. Okay, for all the controllers we have taken the old image, and then we have done the fabrication, and then we are doing the upgrade. For vEdge it's not required, you can simply go with the new image. I'm going to take 2 vEdge devices, so let's do one by one. What I will do that at this point of time I'll delete 2 of the interfaces, but yeah, in future you can go and add. Those interfaces will work your service side VPN, VPN 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. Click start, and then we'll go and start one more. remove. This is going to be connected in 1. This is going to be connected in 2. Okay, and start this also. We'll try to log in, but once it will tell that ready, then you can go and log in. Show interface description. Great. So you can see they are getting the correct IP ranges. VH1 is 172.168.100.38. So I'll go here to my setting page. I have VH1 is 100.38. Open VH1. Show. And for VH1 also I have the bootstrap configuration. Oops. Let me set here. So I can go to my notepad. I have to change this vManage IP. The rest everything is okay. You can see the site ID that I'm using for the controllers. They're having the same site ID. But for the edge devices, I am using different site ID. We should use different site ID because by default, different site ID only can form the IPsec tunnel. If you give same site ID, by default, they will not form the IPsec tunnel. If you still want to create IPsec tunnel within the same site ID, you have to give one command like same tunnel IPsec. Okay, so you have to enable that feature. Otherwise, by default, only different site IDs will form the IPsec tunnel.
Okay.
So here it is, and we'll go back to the other edge device and check the interface. So this is 39. Okay, so we can go and log in 39 as well. VH2. And I'll go and put the bootstrap. Now in this case, you can clearly see that these devices, they are not generating any CSR in the dashboard. So how we are going to do the CSR, CRT, serial, and the chassis ID generation, those are very interesting. We'll see that. Meanwhile, let's go back to the dashboard and check that vManage is back or not. So we are checking that if vManage is back, then we have to go and upgrade the image for the vSmart and vBond as well. Seems still this is down. Now you can see it is back, and I can go to software upgrade again one more time to vManage, and I want to set the default version. So now if you go here and okay, it is in progress. Let's wait for 1 minute. Now it is okay. Now if you go here and check the vManage, you can see clearly the current version is 17.2, the default is 17.2, and you have 16.2 available. It's okay. Now next is to upgrade the controller. So we can select both at a time, click upgrade, and 17.2.0, and then reboot as well. Click here. Okay, we'll see. Showing vManage should show the controller. So should select these, upgrade this to this. It's telling that it's already upgraded. So what we'll do that we'll activate. Select it, click activate. It's no software because when I'm clicking update, okay, I should add the image. I think I have added the image for, okay, we haven't added the image, so let's add it. Then we have the 17.2 and this one on the top. Do the upload and then do the activate. That's it. It's going. Great. Again, go back to the software upgrade controller, select them, click upgrade, choose the version, upgrade it. This is correct. And then finally, once you upgrade it, activate it. I don't know why this error is coming. It should not come. I'll do one thing. I'll log out and log in. All right. So we are back. You can see the current version. You can see the default version. So the first step is obviously the upgrade. And when I'm doing upgrade, it should show me those two images rather than vManage. Because I'm selecting this controller. If this will not happen, then what we can do one by one then. Generally, I used to select both and then clicking next. But we can do one by one also, there is no problem. Okay. No software install on other partition of the following device. Alright, great. Let's see if we have the image added, because I added that this Viptela, the first one. You can see it is again uploading. We'll wait till it got finished. Successfully uploaded the image. So if I go and check the device list, I can't see this 17 here. Okay, let's do one more time. Otherwise, I will open this in the other browser. It's showing only vManage. Okay, I'll close and I'll open in the new browser. Okay. And let me open with the management IP this time. So what was the management IP for vManage? But there should not be any issue, but it is happening now. So we'll go back to our vManage where you are. Again, I can see vSmart and vSmart only. Why I vSmart these many times? Okay, let's see. Admin and admin. Show interface description. 172.168.35. We'll go here and vManage 3.5. That's okay. Open it. All right. So the same I want to open here in the GUI. Okay, let's open that. 172.168.100.35. Admin and admin. See, you can see the change. The display has been changed because this is a new vManage, correct? And now you can see much more options. So you have much more option. If I go to the settings, you can see you have much more options than the first. Yes, because this is 17.2.0. Now let's go back to the software upgrade, and now there should not be any issue. So I can go to the controller, and first of all, what I want, let's see the images first. So I can't see any image related to the vSmart and vEdge. I should go and upload that. This one, the first one. Click upload, and now the upload is happening. Uploaded, and then we'll go and go to the device list, controller, click both, click upgrade, choose the version, click upgrade. Oops. Okay, in progress. It's still the upload is in progress. Actually, you can go and take the check the taskbar. So it is telling that one is done, one it is in progress. So it is working behind the scene. You can see only 28% done. So let it be completed, and then we'll upgrade it. Meanwhile, let's do the work for the vEdge devices. So we have to do the certification process for edge devices as well. Now for edge devices, we don't have the CSR and CRT. We have to do everything from vManage. Okay, so we should go and add the root cert key first. And what was the IP for the vManage? That was something 35. So let's see the management IP. Even you can use the vManage 0 IP as well. 172.168.100.35. So I can go here and just change the IP to 5. First of all, we'll go and install the root cert chain. Then the CSR. From CSR will generate the CRT, etc. So let's do this configuration in both the vEdge. So I'll go here and I'll go to vEdge 1, paste it, admin, done. Then we'll go and paste it, admin, done. Next, one by one, this we want to do. First of all, this is with edge 1. and we should be very careful with the IP address and the name. So I'll go here and first of all I'll go to vH1, enter. Now here you have to give the correct organization name, and we have the organization name, so I'll use this, enter, enter, and then admin. Successful. This line is very important. CSR upload successful. Now same thing, I'll do for vh2 as well, but we'll change the name. So I'll show you that what we can do here. Should go here and edit the name as a 2, and then we can go and give the organization name. Should be 100% correct, otherwise it will not work. And then the password admin. This is also successful. So root cert chain and the CSR successful. Then we'll go to the vManage, and one by one we'll generate the CRT. So from this CSR, first of all, I'll use CSR1. And at this point of time, if you have any confusion, you can go and check vManage. Oops. V, and then so here you can see that you have VH1, VH2, those CSR. So first of all, for VH1, I'll generate the CRT. So let's generate it, and next I will go and generate for VH2. I can do it parallelly also, there is no problem, because that will be the second last step. So I can go and do this the same place. This is for 02. Done. Almost we have done all the certification step. The final thing that we have to do is the installation of the certificate. So for that, you have this last command that you should use to install the certificate to the devices. So first of all, I'll go to the SDWAN, request certificate install SCP, vManage IP, and then the VH1 CRT. This should be successful, otherwise problem. And then you should go here and do 2 and admin. Should give the correct password, successful. Now we are almost done with the S-device certification process as well. Let's go back to the vManage and see where we are. It's still 54% done, no problem. Meanwhile, I'll do and complete all the steps related to VH device. So if you go and check this sheet, first of all, we have installed the root cert, done. Generated the CSR, done. From CSR, generated the CRT, done. And then from this CRT, we have installed the certificate. So step 1, 2, 3, 4 done for VH1. Likewise, we have done all the steps for VH2 as well. Correct? Now the final piece I want to show you that let me go back to the vManage dashboard, and if you go to the configuration and devices, you have option. Nowadays we have option that we can sync the smart account. So if you check the newer dashboard, you will find sync smart account SA. Simply click there and it will take the chassis number and serial ID from the PNP portal. Now in this case, we have options that we can go and put the serial number chassis ID manually. You can upload the serial number. You can put it manually. So first option, always there was manual serial number and chassis ID. Second is this CSV file, and the third one, that is in the new code, that is sync the smart account. Okay, so all three are there. Now if I go and use the CSV file, I want to show you that also. I have one license file, and for the same license file I have used the organization name, that is the criteria one. So I can go and click the upload, and in the working directory itself, I think, yeah, .viptela file, validate, upload, and click OK. Now if you go to configuration and devices, you'll see all these initial generated. The state is token generated, They should be certified. So I have my serial number and chassis ID. Now what's benefit of this? That now if you go to the vManage, and if you check show controller valid VH, this will come here. Now if you go and check the vSmart, it will come here also. If you go and check vbond, it will not come here with this command, but it will come with this command. Okay, so that means that I put the whitelist of all the serial number chassis ID in the vManage. Behind the scene, vManage has synced with all the other devices, correct? Now let's do the certification process. Hey, we have done the manual process. Whatever we have done, it is not required, but the step number 1 is required. The step number 2, 3, and 4 is not required if you have the valid serial number in the Viptela file. But suppose if you don't have, then you can go and generate your own serial number and chassis ID. That I have done with a step number 2, 3, and 4. So when we have done the step number 2, 3, 4, what we have done is we have installed the certificate first of all. That is okay. But most important thing, we are looking for the serial number. This number we are looking for. So what you can do now, the serial number and chassis ID, you can put in vManage manually. So even if you validate with these numbers, it will not work due to some restriction. So you can do this manually. This step is not there in the blog. You can go and do this request vh add the chassis number. So you have this chassis number and the serial number, and likewise you can generate your n number of chassis number and serial number. Request vh add the chassis number. So from here also we'll take it, and since we are doing this manually, we should use this command in all the controllers. Okay, so we have used these two commands. Let me copy these two and let me add to the other controllers. So I'll go and add it to vSmart, and I'll go and add it to vBond. Now once you add it, if you go back here and if you refresh this page, oops, sorry, refresh page was there on top. Devices, it was here. If you refresh this page, you will see that your chassis number and serial number should come here. Now at the moment, still we are in progress to add the control connection. Once we add the control connection for the edge devices, it will come here. Okay, so let's see that where we are in the software upgrade. If it is done, I can see still job is there. Let's see how much in progress. 155 MB of 174 is done, 88% done. So it will take hardly 5 more minutes to do it. Meanwhile, if you guys have any question, you can ask.
So, so let's say this one where you were showing us the manual configs, which because of the lab. So on the normal live scenario, if you just say we are employed as a SDWAN Viptela engineer, and they want you to start everything from scratch, what would you be given, and how would you? What are the steps that you need to go through to get this vBond, vSmart, and the Viptelas connected together?
Yeah. So for controllers nowadays, I can see that 80-90% customer, I think more than 80% customer, they are using cloud hosted solution. Now, if you have cloud hosted solution, you don't need to deploy your controllers. Cisco will give you the controller with the license. Now, why companies they are preferring this? Because they don't want to host any services. Because suppose if you are installing the controllers in your premises, still you need VM and maintenance and all those things. Companies they don't want this. They are telling Cisco, okay, you can host my controllers and give me the controller access. That's it. So they will give you the vManage, vBond, and vSmart IP. Then you can spin up your data plane devices. Now, while you are spinning up your data plane devices in this scenario, then what you need to do, simply create the PNP portal. Means you have your smart account, go to the PNP portal, plug and play portal. There you put the serial number, chassis ID. There you have to create the uh, controller profile. That is nothing but the vBond profile. Put the serial number, chassis ID. In vManage, go and click smart sync to the smart account. It will automatically take the serial number, chassis ID. Now your hardware devices, they already have the certificate preloaded. You connect them, you give the bootstrap configuration, connect with the vManage. If it has the connectivity with the vManage, vSmart, vBond, it will automatically join the fabric. So everything is automated in the production environment. You don't need to do much. Now the second thing, when we are talking about on-prem deployment, in on-prem deployment also, everything is automated. You don't need to worry. Well, the only thing that you are able to reach to the semantic server or not. So if you go here to the administration and settings, you will see that you have this certificate authorization. Now we have done it manually. If you go and click edit automated, you should have these things. Say I'll give Cisco for the sake of simplicity. I'll remove that. Confirm challenge admin. And if I save it, Okay, it is telling to give some strong password with upper, lower, and all those things. Okay, I'll give some strong password. Password should match. Challenge phrase, confirm challenge phrase. Okay, save it. Now once you're doing this automated, and if you go to the devices, if you go to certificate actually, and if you go to controllers, you're not seeing any on top to install the certificate manually, because it will do each and everything automatically. Now for this device list, this you don't need. This will also happen automatically. Later we have session classes related to ZTP process, zero touch provisioning. In that I'll explain you about the branch deployment, that how with ZTP it can be done almost without any configuration, anything. Okay, I hope
Okay.
you understand
Thank
this.
you.
Okay, but you have done the deployment, you told me earlier. So
Yes. Yes.
okay, great. So let's go back, and I think this is uploaded. So let's do the upgrade. Do the upgrade for this, and so now we are doing the upgrade for the vBond and vSmart, because until unless we have all the images with same, or at least the controller with higher version, the data plane tunnels will not come up. So that's the reason we are doing it. And the dashboard that you are seeing now, it's very much that we have in the 19 and the 20, but in 19 and 20, not in 19 but in 20.xxx version, Cisco has added so many new features as well. All right, so let's go back to the suitcase again and click software upgrade. We have done the upgrade for this. Now what we want to do is to do the activation. Now it is not showing with this 17, so what we can do, that we can check the default version first for these controllers, and once we set the default version, then we'll go and do the activation. It should be happen fastly, and then we'll go and select it, and then we'll do the, here you can see the current version, the default version. So it's almost done, but still I want to click activate. It's okay, I think it's done. So how we can validate this? We have multiple options to validate. I can go to the devices, controllers, and here we can see if we have option from here to see the software version. I can't see here. Okay, I'll show you from GUI as well, but okay, let's go to the monitor network. There's a place where you are getting the summary of all the devices. So here you can see the 17 to 72. All the control plane devices, they are in 17.2. Now let's go quickly and check the edge devices. Correct. So far, to bring up the control plane in the lab environment, at least we have done this much hard work, because we don't have the serial number and those valid things. But still, you can build your lab just for your hands-on and practice. Okay, so we can go back and check what about the edge devices. Seems they're down. Let me log in edge 1 and edge 2. Why these guys are not coming back? Show control connection, show run system. So we have valid configuration to this, and if we go and check, and we have valid configuration for VPN 0 as well, correct? So still it is not up. Any reason why it is not showing up? If I go here to the devices and if I check the device list, although I have uploaded, still I can't see here, correct? We're not seeing those things. And if I can go to the certificates, edge device, I can't see any certificate for the edge devices. So what we can do here, the final thing is that we can go to the edge device and parallelly the vManage as well. I want vManage as well. In vManage, I can go and check show controller valid vEdge. I can see here these guys sitting in the bottom, this and this. So let's go to vEdge 1 and request for vEdge cloud activate the chassis number and this. Okay, so it is asking the token. Let me see if I have the chassis and serial, otherwise I'll give the token. So activate the chassis number. Okay, and then the token. Although this is the serial number, and we can go and check show control connection. It should go and try to communicate with vBond, and then vBond should go and bypass this to rest of the controllers, and then finally it should tear down the connection with the vBond. Okay, I will go back to the dashboard and I can refresh this page. Still I can't see the certificate number here. Those numbers that we have put, it is not coming here from vManage. Okay, and even this is also not trying to reach to the vBond. I hope this is the correct IP of vBond 10.10.134, because the rest of the configuration is correct. Okay, so let me see vBond. It's 100% correct. So let's bring up one of the devices first, and then we'll can discuss on rest of them. Miss the other one. So I can see that if I can ping, I should reach to the controllers, and yes, I am reaching it. So I'm able to reach to 33, 30, all the controllers, and still it is not coming up. So we have all these things: the system IP, the site ID, the org name, the vBond, all the mandatory thing. And then if you go and check the VPN 0, in VPN 0 also I have given everything except the color. So let me go and give the color as well. Encapsulation IPsec. So for example, color, I will go and use this internet. I should send first of all the packet to vBond. It should try to reach to vBond to do anything. That it is not, unfortunately. Someone is pinging something. Isn't vSmart on VPN 512? Okay, vSmart, where are you? Let me see. If any problem is there, then control plane itself will not come up. So because the control plane is up and running, that's correct. They are in correct subnet. So what I will do here, say the problem I can understand in this case is that the VNet that we are using, that is causing problem for the edge devices. So when you will do your lab as well, you can check it. And the other thing that you can verify is show control local properties. Now in local properties, see certificate status is not installed. They are showing the certificate is not installed. Certificate validity is not. So these things should be not there. They should install all these certificates and all to work. There's no serial number installed. Token is there. It's okay. And if I go and check show certificate installed, I can see now there is no certificate. But initially, we have seen that. After the upgrade, actually something happened after the upgrade. And after the upgrade, we are not seeing the certificate, and that's not a good sign. Correct? So what we can do now that we have the steps, we'll follow the same step to regenerate it. It will not take much time because we have the configuration template. I'll do it quickly. So the step number 1 we have already done. It's not required. Now step number 2, what I'll do, I'll make this 001 just to change the name, and everything is happening from here. I should go and give the organization name. You give this, and give the password. CSR upload successful. Then step number this, so you should go and change here also because name should be different. I can go here and I can go to vManage. Oops. And we'll copy paste this guy. Once we are done, then we'll go back and then we should do the installation of 001. This is the certificate. Oops. So let's do this to the edge device. Should show you successful and show certificate installed. Show control local properties. See valid, install, great, and then so let's see if control connection is try to establishing or not. It's not establishing, no problem. Show certificate serial. You have this serial number and I should put this here. So request vEdge add the chassis number and the serial number. Okay, and we should do this everywhere. Okay, everywhere means we should do this in the vSmart and vBond. Now if you go and check show control connection, wow, I should show you something. Show control local properties. This is okay. Show control connection. You can see it is coming up. It will take some time. And if you go back here, first of all, let's refresh here. You can see this certificate should be like this. Now if you go to the dashboard, one is there. Okay. Likewise, let me quickly generate the other one as well. Okay, so where we are, this is there, and I can make this as a 2. Then I can make this as a number 2, number 2. I hope you guys have 10 more minutes. Please give me 10 more minutes so I can complete this. Charles, you have other call or meeting? Let me know. Sam, if you are available for 10 more minutes after our schedule. Okay. This may be one of the lengthy lab, but the rest of the things you'll find is okay. Because once you build your lab, then it's good that you can practice. Okay. So where we are here, we have done this, and we should do this also from vManage. So I can go to the vManage and done. And then finally, we should install the certificate. Okay. Show run VPN 0. VPN 0, interface gig is 00, tunnel interface, color is space internet, commit and quit. Show control connection, show controller local properties, valid, this is good, and show control connection. Let's see that what time. Okay, now it is going to vBond. That means it will get bypassed. The problem here that we haven't added the serial number and chassis ID to the vManage and vMont, that we should add it. So I can go here and exit, and I should add it. So the chassis number is this, and then the serial number is this guy. You should do this in the rest of the devices, rest of the controllers, And now you can verify from here as well. So controller valid vh, showing valid from here, it's okay. Now we can go to the dashboard and we can actually go to the configuration and certificate. One is certified, other one should also come. Now you can see valid. Two devices you have, and if you go to the configuration and devices, it'll show you like this. If you go to monitor and network, your control is up, your BFD is still down. So your data plane is still down, but your control plane is up, your certification, everything is done. So far, you have any question, you please ask. I'll stretch for next 3 more minutes.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So just to bring up the control plane, let me show you that what you can do. Maybe some bug or something. If you go and check show run security, just do one thing. You do no security IPsec hmac, and then do the security IPsec authentication none. Do the same thing to the other place as well, other device as well here, and do the commit and quit. Show BFD session should come up, BFD session. Okay, now in case it is not coming up, no problem. What we can do next is that we can change the VPN 0 interfaces. Okay, so let me go and do it quickly because we are running over VPN over the VMware, so it's very easy to do it, all these things. I can go here and power off. I can go here and do the power off. Now these interfaces that I have, which is part of VPN 0, I'll do the NAT for that because I want to make this behind the internet. That's the logic I have. So this is for edge 2 and that's it. Let him come up. Let this guy also come up.